Buenos días a todos y bienvenidos a este segundo día del Foro Miami-LAC.
Good morning to all. Welcome to this second
day of Miami-LAC. This is the first business forum organized by the Inter-American Development Bank to promote trade and investment opportunities between South Florida and Latin America and the Caribbean. My name is Carolina Novoa, and I will serve you again as your host today. We want to thank everyone who has joined us virtually and in person yesterday and of course today. We hope you have enjoyed our program, and a recorded version of this first day session it's going to stream on demand in the American Development Bank social media channels. Today we're going to have a very interesting agenda, but first I want to tell you that for those who are following us virtually, we have simultaneous translation or interpretation, and you can see it in the top right hand of the web page. And also we want to invite everyone to join our conversation on Twitter by posting your favorite quotes of the event using our official hashtag MiamiLAC. Now, we are going to welcome to the stage President of the Inter-American Development Bank, Mauricio Claver Caroni, and also the founding and managing partner at Medina Capital, Manny Medina, for a special conversation on the future of the Miami-LAC corridor. So let's first let them come in here. They are going to propel this agenda. Mauricio,
thank you so much.
The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Bueno, good morning, buenos días. Un placer estar nuevamente aquí con todos ustedes.
Yes, good morning. It's a pleasure to be with everybody today. Thank you for joining us yesterday.
What a successful kickoff we had, and today let's make it even better. And I can't think of a better way to start, obviously, than with the conversation we're about to have. But first, before we begin today's event, I want to actually say a short note of condolences, obviously, for the loss of life that we saw in Miami-Dade as the building collapsed earlier this morning. And our prayers, our deep prayers go out for all of those in the building, for their families, for all the first responders that worked all night in that regards. And it's a tragedy here in Miami-Dade and Miami Beach. And our prayers are with this community, which has been so welcoming to us. So, day 2 of Miami-LAC 2021, and I hope really that yesterday inspired you to replicate all the success stories that we heard across the board and really extend the momentum of Miami's tech entrepreneurship and the scene that's here and the ecosystem that's here into the emerging markets of Latin America and the Caribbean. And I also hope that yesterday's virtual matchmaking session and our second one today will help advance on that road even further. And really excited about everything we've seen. And I've had some really fruitful conversations, really excited about this. So I'm more confident than when we began that the connections that we're creating this week can fit both your businesses and the growing digital innovation ecosystem in our region, which will then reinforce each other. A win-win across the board. The first step in that digital bridge, Miami-LAC. And what a privilege is to have the person who joins me today for this conversation. It is the person that probably knows better than anyone, and I don't exaggerate when I say that, what it takes to forge those connections between Miami and Latin America and the Caribbean and cultivate digitally innovative businesses across the hemisphere. Here in Miami and throughout the regions, frankly, he needs no introduction, and through his entrepreneurial leadership, investment acumen, he's played a key role, the key role in making Miami the tech hub that it is today. Manny's the founder and managing partner of Medina Capital, the chairman of Sixtera Technologies and Appgate, and the founder and chairman of Emerge Americas, which has become Miami's premier tech event. Not to be outdone now by Miami-LAC to a country synergies in this regard. So it is the premier event, and he's also a privilege to have him as a friend, and he is the godfather of this industry of digital transformation in Miami and of this industry. And so, Manny, thank you so much for joining us. And I'm looking really forward to this conversation. So what I want to do with this conversation is really look at what the future of the Miami-LAC corridor is. And I want to hear Manny's take on this to tell us his vision of what that future and how it's based on what we've been talking about, those 3 elements: trade, investments, entrepreneurships, and demographics. And in terms of trade, what we've seen is the volume that passes through South Florida and on to the IDB region is massive and critical to all of those economies involved. As I said yesterday, nearly a third of all U.S. exports to Latin America flowed through Florida in 2019. And in that same pre-pandemic year, This state's merchandise trade with the region hit $82 billion, an all-time high, despite that pandemic. So looking at capital investments and entrepreneurship, we know that things are buzzing here in Miami. We saw yesterday Mayor Francis Suarez and his leadership politically, and Manny's leadership from an entrepreneurial perspective. Meanwhile, while we're here, we're seeing this fast-growing startup revolution in Latin America and the Caribbean. As you saw in our latest Tecno Latinas report, we found that the value of the region's ecosystem grew by an astounding 3,200% in the last decade. Its total value is now more than $220 billion. Then, of course, demographics, and we have those trends. And those are underpinned by geography and linking Miami with Latin America and the Caribbean through the familiarity of language, culture, and family history. Nearly 70% of Miami-Dade residents who identify as Hispanic or Latino represent enormous potential for diaspora direct investment, known as DDI, and back to those countries of origin and ancestry. And that's why Miami is such a special place. So Manny, thank you so much and welcome.
Thank you very much, Mauricio. For me, it's a great honor to be here. Thank you very much for taking a leadership position in making this happen, right? I mean, I couldn't think of an institution that could take that leadership position, that has the presence and the oomph to be able to bring Latin America together in a way that is really benefiting everybody. So, you know, as I told you when we first talked about this, when you were first taking the presidency of the IDB, is, you know, I think IDB was a great kept secret, and I think on the other hand, you really have the best platform for you to be able to promote and do this. So, thank you very much for doing this.
Well, I appreciate that, and it's true what Manny says. You know, one of the things that, and I've said in the media, is to reintroduce the IDB to Miami, and here in the United States generally. That was part of my campaign early on. In Latin America and the Caribbean, there's no better brand than the IDB. But here, even in Miami, in this ecosystem that's so Latin American, people are learning every day what we do, and I have no doubt that we will be the partner of choice through our private sector arm, IDB Invest, through our tech hub, innovation hub, and IDB Lab, of those companies that are looking to foment that ecosystem with Latin America and the Caribbean right here in Miami. And then eventually we talked a little bit about the triangle, the inverse triangle with Madrid, Lisbon, and Latin America and the Caribbean. So Manny, tell us, I mean, you've been there since day one here in Miami. What are the great opportunities that there is to create and foment this ecosystem, as well as the risks, and really tell us this, how far this has come. Is this real? Everyone asks me, and all the media has asked me, is this real? Is this flight to Miami? Is this ecosystem, is it real? And how can Latin America and the Caribbean benefit?
Is it real? Oh yeah, it's very real. I can tell you that you can take to the bank. There's no turning back. It's been a long term coming, but it's definitely very, very real, and it's really it was already on its way, but it's basically been accelerated. The pandemic accelerated what was already a huge movement. But look, Mauricio, we're living in exciting times. I mean, I am like a kid in a candy store, because if there's been a time of disruption, it's now. If you think about everything that is happening today with crypto, with blockchain, artificial intelligence, there's great, incredible disruption opportunities, and there's incredible opportunities for Latin America to take leadership positions in exactly what we're talking about, right? So therefore, if you think you talk about trade, you talk about investment, you talk about entrepreneurship, every industry today, I don't care, healthcare, fintech, whatever you talk about, the disruption is amazing. And we know, if you think about it 5 years from now, just think about it 5 years ago. So we have an incredible opportunity today, because every industry is affected by it. You talk about trade, for example, and the incredible statistics that you mentioned on the volume of trade. Well, trade, artificial intelligence is making trade significantly more efficient. The entire ESG aspect and the economic, the environmental impact of shipping and everything that is happening, all being affected by all this new innovation. So in my book, our opportunity is really to foster and create that entrepreneurial spirit that already exists. You don't have to create it, because I'm telling you, in every Latin American capital, and we've been done a lot of work in a lot of them, the spirit already exists. So it's about fostering, creating that entrepreneurs, giving them the ability to be able to succeed, and the opportunities now. Think about what happened in the 1990s with the internet. A lot of people had no idea that the internet was going to have the impact that it had with us, right? Think about it, that being multiplied by 100 times. And that's what's going to happen in the next 10, 20 years. So it could not be a better time for us to be doing what we're doing and being able to foster that innovation spirit.
And by the way, I didn't mention in the opening, Manny had founded Terramark, which was in the digital infrastructure space and in the IT infrastructure space before it was a thing. And tell me a little. I want everyone to hear about this. Like, when you began, did people tell you that you were crazy, that this was, did you have any idea this would become what it is today?
Well, look, I mean, in the 1990s, I got totally fascinated by the internet. And basically, I had this feeling, I was convinced, as a matter of fact, that the internet was going to be dramatically change the way that we did everything. I didn't have the vision to tell you exactly what is happening today, but I wanted to play a part in it. Of course, Latin America, if you think about the late 90s, you cannot have communication without infrastructure. So the fiber optic systems and networks that exist today didn't exist in Latin America. So that you needed to have that first, right? But the reason why I'm saying that now is different, because we already have all that experience. We know what is needed, and the infrastructure is already there. If not, you could not have survived the way that we did in COVID. So what I did was say, listen, Latin America is a sleeping giant. Let's go ahead and take advantage of this in a good way. So we created what is called the Network Access Point of the Americas, or the NAP of the Americas, and which is right here in downtown Miami, not far from here. It's a building with a giant 3 domes. That, by the way, is the first thought about interconnecting the triangle that you're talking about, Latin America, Europe, and North America, with the cables all landing here. And you talk about, they were very interesting times, because at that time, if you think about it, we completed the NAP right about the time that the telecommunications industry imploded, right about the time that the internet bubble exploded, and right before September 11th, 2001. So there was no money. At the same time, this whole vision of, hey, we're going to own the digital airport. Imagine if you had the opportunity to own Miami International Airport in the 20s. That's how I thought of it, and I began advocating. But yeah, I would say to people, no, because the NAP, what is a NAP? You take a siesta? Yes, leave me alone kind of stuff, right? So it was a very difficult time, because it was important for us to be able to maintain it, finish it at a time when money was out to lunch, right? So it was luckily the same team that made it successful, actually still with me today, and we did not take no for an answer. And we persevered, because we kind of saw what was happening today, right? And that was the foundation of Terramark.
So let me ask you, and as usual, I'm totally off script here, because I want to delve into this a little bit more. Look, one of our jobs, one of our priorities in the IDB is to take advantage of the opportunities through digitalization. The fact that this is the greatest marketing campaign, the tragic marketing campaign of the pandemic, that everyone understands the importance to be digitalized.
Right.
That's how. As the person that connected Miami with Latin America, as the person that created that infrastructure, one of our jobs is to increase that connectivity. There's 30 million children that didn't have access to education in Latin America over the pandemic because they didn't have access to the internet. Connectivity, quality, pricing. What advantages are there today to now help those in the region in itself who don't have that access?
Well, that's a very good point, Mauricio, because even today it's so much easier than it was 20, 30 years ago, because 20, 30 years ago you had to physically take a cable. Now, yeah, you had satellites, but there was nothing compared to the amount of bandwidth that you could transmit today through satellite, through Wi-Fi, through Bluetooth, etc. So it's a lot easier, and it's significantly less expensive, a fraction of what it used to cost to bring that connectivity to the disadvantage in very remote areas. By the way, even in the United States still you have connectivity issues, but in countries in Latin America it's even more impactful, right? Because there they have zero. Here at least you have some. So I think that's a very, very noble and necessary part of being able to help people get to the next stage.
What do you think today are the advantages? Like how can we help? What are the keys to digital infrastructure today to help improve that access?
Well, look, I think what the key is, you have a lot of, again, innovation that you need to foster, and with that in mind, there's a lot of new companies already with a significant amount of new satellite capacity and new satellite invention. So just being able to nurture that entire ecosystem of being able to how the best way to transmit and get out there. So there's it's just a lot easier today than it was before. And again, look, at the end of the day, it goes back to my original statement about you being able to take the region as a leadership position. Because one of the biggest issues in Latin America, it's funny because I was just talking to Fabrice before, it's funny how, because there's no question, all of you obviously are familiar with the bureaucracy that exists, and it's very difficult in some countries where you have to go through hundreds of steps just to even incorporate. So it makes it very burdensome, right? Same thing with education. Education, instead of being more practical, education is still, in a lot of the countries, and this is not a criticism, it's a reality. So what is happening is that the entrepreneurs and the innovators totally sidestep the process, and they're doing it themselves, right? So what you need to do is being able to add fuel to that fire, because they're going to say, yeah, so the bureaucrats are the bureaucrats. I still have this idea, I still want to get it nurtured, and I still think that I'm going to conquer the world, notwithstanding how difficult they make it for me to do that. And I think that's one area that you need to be able to add fuel to the fire.
And when people say, and they ask me, okay, here we are in Miami, my job as president of the Inter-American Development Bank is to foment development impact in the region. How does this ecosystem, how do you see the ecosystem, which you've been a visionary for decades now, how does improving that ecosystem help not only Miami, obviously, which is great, but how does it help the region? Like, what are your experiences of that kind of win?
Yeah, look, I think the key, what Miami brings is neutrality. Miami brings all kinds of infrastructure, bilingualism, trilingualism, a lot of polyglots actually that speak a lot of many other languages, and it brings that infrastructure and that neutrality and ease of access, both physically and digitally. What happens is you use that for the benefit of the entire region. For example, we have invested in entrepreneurs in Colombia. We brought the company from Colombia here. The company still has 250 employees in Bogota. The company has thrived here, in the fraud protection environment. So we've done that. I wasn't kidding when I said the best hackers in the world live in Buenos Aires. We employ a bunch of them. So basically, there's just incredible opportunities to be able to do that in the region. But it all happens here. It all stems from here. So the whole idea of it's easier to bring together, that was the whole genesis of Emerge Americas, right? 10 years ago. And look, and it's happened because it's a lot easier. It's no different. Why does New York continue to thrive? If I'm going to meet somebody, it's a lot easier for say, when is the next time you're going to be in New York? Everybody's going to be in New York, I promise you. If I tell to somebody, when is the next time you're going to be in Peoria, Illinois? It's not going to be anytime soon. So that's what Miami does and what it brings. And by that, you then, by itself, help foster the entrepreneurship in the different countries.
And speaking of Emerge America, and I want to zero in on this, amongst the many things that you've founded in your career is Emerge Americas, which really has become the top global convening event for tech and entrepreneurship here in Miami and frankly around the world. And it's really made, I believe it's made this city the innovation hub that it is in that regard. So how, from what you see in regards to startups from Latin America and the Caribbean, how in an event like Emerge Americas, where you see all of this talent from throughout the world, how can startups from the region, from Latin America and the Caribbean, stand out of the crowd in competing for investors and all of those?
That's a great question, because, and I tell you, it's a lot simpler than what people think. What happens is, and we try to advise, and this is a lot of the Emerge Americas team very much involved in giving advice to startups from Latin America. The first thing you got to do is got to think about the fact you got to spend, and I know it sounds silly, preparing. For example, I met a startup. I was very impressed with the software. I'm not going to say what they do because, again, I don't want to embarrass them. But basically, it's a startup that was founded in a Latin American country. They came to me here. I was so impressed with the software, what they were doing. All of a sudden, I'm speaking Spanish to the president, and I said, look, I want to introduce you to a couple of, etc. The guy says to me, I don't speak English. I said, wait a minute. I mean, you're coming to the United States, you want to establish a company here, and you, the CEO, doesn't speak English? I mean, God, I don't need to speak French, but I was doing a lot of business in France, and you know what? I took enough French to be able to be dangerous. Point being is, you need to prepare yourself. How can you come to the United States? So the point, there's a lot of, and there's a great advantage about Miami, by the way, which has made us very, very successful. In the last Emerge Americas, we had billions of dollars of capital chasing 104 startups that all, by the way, all of them got funded, if not all of them. So, but the point being is Miami is very welcoming. There's no prejudice whether you're from Argentina, Ecuador, whether you're black, white, it doesn't matter. That's not the case in all the other areas. Silicon Valley, where I've been many years, and we have significant operations even today, I hate to say it, but it's prejudice. If you are a Latin American entrepreneur looking for capital in Silicon Valley, you start with 2 strikes against you. In Miami, no. You start in a level playing field, but you need to be prepared. You need to make sure that you practice. You need to make sure that you test it. You know, you need to understand the ability for people that you have a certain amount of time, you're going to make impression in that amount of time. So entrepreneurs from Latin America coming here, they need to be coached. They should be coached. They should spend enough time making sure that they understand it, because you have a shot. And however, there's no better place for you to get that shot if you're a Latin American entrepreneur than in Miami, for sure.
I can't think of a better way to encapsulate why we need to have, from IDB Invest, from IDB Lab, a greater presence here and continue to work with entrepreneurs like yourself. And look, we're seeing numerous examples of startups from Latin America and the Caribbean coming to Miami, finding backers through Emerge. Otherwise, we saw Voy Hoy, which is a travel booking platform, which was founded in Chile, which set up a Miami headquarters, already nearly doubled its funding. Open English, a language learning platform, which was born in Venezuela. Before its founder brought the idea here and raised capital for a commercial launch. Now, the question now is, what about the other way around? Should we, and will we, I guess, increasingly see Miami's entrepreneurs seek out opportunities to invest in the tech-based companies developing the region? And part of the answer is yes, because you've done it.
I know, and we want to continue. As a matter of fact, Emerge Americas fairly soon is going to launch its own venture fund in order to help. And a big target is going to be Latin America, right? So basically, we not only, because we are big believers in the talent that exists there, we bring our engineers, which are highly sophisticated engineering teams dealing in the most sophisticated cybersecurity, cloud computing, all kinds of this next generation artificial intelligence. We bring them here to train, and only half kidding, I tell my team, hey, they're now better than you. So it's just the talent is there already. It's just incredible. I mean, if you talk about everything that is happening in cyber, by the way, that's the other side of the coin is that it's also very dangerous, right? Because basically when you don't have that infrastructure, and you know, the infrastructure in Latin America, certainly the government and a lot of the enterprises is somewhat dated. Basically, it's difficult enough to protect. Even with the next generation technology, it's even more difficult to protect. So it makes it a little bit more challenging, which creates a lot more opportunities for companies to be able to thrive in Latin America.
So I'm going to ask you to help me do my job. So if I said day one when I took office as president of the IDB that I'm from Miami, and therefore I'm pan-Latin American, and I've seen people from all kinds of socioeconomic backgrounds, education levels, from the 26 borrowing countries come to Miami and create their small businesses, create their startups, to really thrive and succeed. So it's not a question about talent and human capital. The region has the best in the world. Now, how do we help then make, which is part of my job, what is the challenges of making many Miamis throughout Latin America?
You know, Mauricio, there's really the playbook is the same whether you're in Sao Paulo or whether you're in any one of the Latin American countries, because the playbook is happening all over the world. And what you need to do is what we did here from the very beginning, is you need to bring the 3 major areas. You need to bring government, you need to bring academia, and you need to bring enterprise. And you bring them together into a city, right? And what is the number one thing that entrepreneurs, besides mentoring and besides coaching, they need capital. And it doesn't even take a lot. So if you think about it, okay, let's assume that I am the person, the same way that we helped Miami, you have to have that person in that city. And they say, look, I want to help this. Bringing in together these constituencies, right? Because they're all, without the right workforce, you can't have it. Without the right regulations, you can't have it. And obviously, the enterprises, the industry is the one that consumes it and creates it. So you bring the constituencies together and you start, little by little. Here it was very difficult at the beginning, priming the pump. Deals don't want to come when there's no money. Money doesn't want to come when there's no deals, right? And therefore, hiring in Miami was very difficult. I'll tell you, when we were doing these highly sophisticated cyber assignments in the early 2000s and late 90s, it was very difficult. I was insulted, personally insulted by people saying, listen, if I wanted to be a bartender, yeah, I'd go to South Beach, but me? I mean, I just graduated from MIT, Stanford. I've worked 10 years with an intelligence agency. You want me to come to Miami? That doesn't happen anymore. So it's getting that pump primed. And in order to get it primed, you need to bring, and we were very lucky here that besides that everybody signed up. I mean, we had government, former Mayor Jimenez, who today is a congressman, he was instrumental. Miami-Dade County, he said, you know, like he likes to say, he says, I had him at hello, you know, basically. And this is where you talk about all the universities signed up. You talked about all of our institutions, big companies, all came together and said, you know, I get it, let's try. And that's what you need to do. You need to start, and you cannot say, I want to do this all over Latin America. It's one city at a time. Miami now has nothing to envy Austin, Boston, New York, most certainly Silicon Valley. We don't have nothing to, on the contrary, but it starts one step at a time. But the playbook is pretty well known, right? And obviously, we would love nothing but to share that playbook with our partners in Latin America, because we want 20 cities thriving, because the more it thrives, the better it is for everybody.
I'm going to take you up on that. We need to go through a road tour of cities in Latin America and the Caribbean and pitch that, because I think you're absolutely right. And I think that while we want to take advantage of the opportunities that Miami creates and some of the comparative advantages Miami has, it'd be great to have multiple Miamis.
100%. It's great for everybody, right? And what better way to lift, you know, all this impoverished and, you know, et cetera. And you see, look, you guys have backed, as I've learned more about what you guys have done, you've backed a lot of startups and innovators in Latin America. Look at the difference that makes, right? So it's just a matter of being able to do it.
And the fact that now the largest companies in Latin America are no longer those brick and mortars, the infrastructure companies, are the Mercado Libres.
Of course.
And that's a transformational experience. Let me ask you, one of the things I get from institutional investors, and I ask them that are coming to Miami, and I said, hey, you're in Miami, so as I like to say, you're in el potaje, therefore the region is right there. You can't be in Miami without understanding and knowing the region. And I hear a lot, yeah, but 10 years ago, I lost a lot of money in the region. Yeah. I mean, I think there's probably no investor that dealt with the region that hasn't at some point lost money in that regard and had some experience. What's the pitch to them? Like, how do we tell, what is different? Is this a different industry? Does tech change everything? What is different today than 10, 20?
Look, I think you know, Latin America, and I'm including myself as part of the Latin America, we are our worst enemies, right? Basically, because, you know, everything that we do to ourselves. And yeah, a lot of what you said, obviously it's true, but you know, a lot of people lost a lot of money in the internet as well, and right. Look what's happening right now, right? So I think the way that I say it is, look, you cannot ignore 700 million people, an incredible market, may not be a homogeneous market, but I gotta tell you something, all these next generation technologies are all being consumed. If you take a look at Facebook, you take a look at any of the social media platforms, Latin America is one of the largest users, right? If you take a look at what is happening in the region from the point of view of connectivity, if you take a look at the way that this next generation, Latin America is taking a leadership position in crypto and blockchain. So what I'm saying is you, Mr. Enterprise, cannot afford to ignore Latin America. Because what's happening is if you don't do it, our foreign adversaries are going to do it, our foreign partners are going to do it, or your competitor here is going to do it. And that's my pitch, you know, when I come to, and I tell you, and by the way, I am preaching what I believe because I do it myself, right? And I believe that the opportunities are huge. As we look now to expand our data center business again, we used to have data centers in Bogota, in Brazil, in Peru. Latin America is one of our main priorities because again, no matter what happens politically, people will continue going online, to continue shopping and continue doing everything else. And you're going to have immense cyber issues, right, to deal with. So the opportunities are huge.
As kind of in your new phase of investing, you're focusing really cybersecurity, big data, cloud computing. What do you see in the region in that regard? What opportunities do you see in the region in that regard?
Well, again, you know, the infrastructure in Latin America is significantly more difficult to protect than the next generation infrastructure. So that's a challenge, but at the same time an opportunity, right? I think artificial intelligence is changing everything the way that we live, work, the way that we take care of our bodies, the way that we do everything. I think there's a lot of startups and thought process going through that. And of course, look, I think that what is happening with cloud computing is made the cost of infrastructure significantly more affordable. So therefore, you're able to then utilize these massive apps that require this massive amount of computing in a way that you can do it anywhere. Right? So,
which is a perfect segue to my next question. You know, from the day I got elected, you know, I came to Miami and we sat down and I said, okay, I want to create, you know, and yesterday I actually took the team over to the Domino Park.
okay.
Like Domino.
Right.
You know, you have there the mural of the Summit of the Americas,
Right.
1994.
Right.
Which was the Summit of the Americas that talked about the free trade area of the Americas. And you had all like 34 out of 35 presidents in the region. It's a beautiful mural, which I encourage everyone here in Miami to go. And there was this dream of this free trade area of the Americas and what that could have accomplished, et cetera. And that has faded in different ways. As opposed, the region went into intra-regional trade agreements, which have actually complicated things more, and now the region's losing money because they have this complex web of 30-plus trade agreements that makes it lose billions of dollars a year in the complexity. So we're now wanting to create, I guess, from a kind of tech world, the digital world, this new Miami-LAC relationship, a 2.0 relationship in this space. How do you see, and I'm asking you now, the advice that I asked you in private, I'm going to ask you now in public. And as you've learned more about what we do with IDB Invest, IDB Lab, should we be here in Miami? Should we have a footprint in Miami? And can we help foster that ecosystem further?
Of course, you know, that's a very baited question because, you know, I'm biased, so what can I tell you? But look, let me tell you something. It's really funny because I remember vividly, you know, the 94 Summit of the Americas. And let me tell you, there's a fundamental difference in time. The Summit of the Americas was a political event.
Right.
It was a political event, right? Basically, you think about it. And it wasn't driven by fundamental demand and supply. I think what is happening today is that, as I said, all these new technologies and innovation is creating this massive amount of demand, massive amount of supply, and people are skirting. So should you be, listen, it is a lot easier. The reason why I was so frustrated at the very beginning in Miami, because I would meet my Latin American partners in conferences in San Francisco, conferences in Bogota, I mean in Barcelona, in London, etc. And they were all coming by Miami. Right. So everybody has a reason to come to Miami. And everybody will be in Miami at one point or another. So even logistically, it's a lot easier for you to be here. And then now with all this massive amount of capital, I I invite all of you that are listening today, keep an eye on Emerge Americas 22 because it's going to be an incredible event. We're just seeing today the inbound that the Emerge Americas team is getting. They're saying, hey, you know, so you have to be here. It's not a matter whether you should or shouldn't. You know, you will be doing your institution and your constituency a disservice by not being here because you're going to make it more difficult for them to interact and having a very new way of doing business, which is unintended collisions. Right? So basically,
we're going to put some public pressure here on our teams, and I already talked to obviously to Irene and our IDB Lab team. We want to do something innovative, something big with Emerge Americas and IDB Lab, and as a way to foster that ecosystem. You know, what we bring is the best brand in Latin America and the Caribbean, and if we put that together with all the talent that you're fostering here from the region, from throughout the world, and start channeling towards the region, we could do some amazing.
Make it very clear, Mauricio, one thing, because the Emerge Americas team travels Latin America every year. We want to help. This is not about just Miami. We want to make sure that this winning formula is shared, and we're able to do, you know, that. So that will be something that we're offering with whole heart.
Let me ask you. I had a group of investors, and I don't know if we're past our time, but I'm enjoying this conversation so much. So unless you have to go,
No, I don't.
I'll ask you.
I was paid until 10 a.m. So
okay, good. So I want to ask. You know, I was talking to a group of investors and entrepreneurs in the region, and there was really 3 target audiences that really we identified in that whole big group. There is one, the investor who wants to invest in Latin America and Latin American companies, but is looking for a U.S. nexus to do so. Then secondly, there was the one who, hey, lost his shirt, you know, his or her shirt, you know, decades ago, and is now saying, okay, tech is the way to go back in. And third was the entrepreneur that actually came. He came actually from Kenya, that had never probably thought about Latin America and the Caribbean, let alone sometimes from Silicon Valley, as you said, the prejudice there in that regards, or even New York institutional investors. And suddenly they're in Miami, they're in the Potaje, and they're like, hey, Latin America and the Caribbean is a whole world out there. Are those the opportunities? Are those
100%. I mean, it happens to us every day. Every day. It happens to us that doing this brings the focus into Latin America that didn't exist before. And you know, listen, if you think about it, Latin America today, you don't get up in the morning in the world news, and if you read something about Latin America, typically something bad. You know, an economy imploding, you know, somebody becoming a dictator. This is what you read about. You know, and you don't, and we have to change that, because there's a lot of good happening in there, right? And that basically happens by you bringing the people here, bringing it to their attention, right? So,
and before we came out, we were talking about some of these now in blockchain and the cryptocurrencies world. Some of these entities that are setting up in Miami and investing a lot of money already in Miami in that regards, coming from Asia and otherwise. Are those that are coming from all these different places here to Miami, are they now talking to you about Latin America and the Caribbean?
100%. This is without exception. And listen, this is what the future of blockchain. People say Bitcoin, is it worth this, is it worth that? The blockchain is one of the most disruptive technologies. And I don't know how it eventually is going to morph, no different than the internet. But for sure, the people are seeing it, and it's a great opportunity for everybody.
And for us, you know, we have through IDB Lab, we have our LAC blockchain initiative, and there we're doing some really innovative things. It will change how we make payments, how we do it more transparently, how we do it more efficiently, more effectively, and that's part of it.
It's not just financial, it's going to change everything. It's going to change the way that we register, the change we sell property, you know, the change that, you know, the way that you trade. It's really, I mean, look at who ever heard of an NFT just a few months ago, right? No, I mean, an NFT, now you got literally billions of dollars in NFTs. All of a sudden that happened. So now you can change. So what I'm saying is, think about it. This has only happened over the last few months. What's going to happen over the next 10 years? Wow. Now it's the time to start.
Yeah. And what do you see where, was going to ask you, I don't want to put you in the spot in regards to where, tell us about what have been the biggest challenges, and you don't have to name countries in particular, what have been the biggest challenges that you have had personally in the region doing business? If you had to advise governments, hey, do this, because I will invest tomorrow.
Listen,
you had this.
I will tell you something, Mauricio, and this is not just me. I will tell you without a doubt that the number one biggest challenge is, without a doubt, bureaucracy. That is the biggest challenge. Being able to take things out of custom, being able to create a company, being able to have a contract, disputes. You don't want to have a dispute in Latin America. I mean, this is one of the things that petrifies people about Latin America. You don't want to get into the legal system. I'm not going to name any countries, because basically, so the point being is that's the fear, right? Is that kind of you don't want to get into that bureaucracy, you don't want to get into that, and you most certainly don't want to get into a political arena, right? So.
We just launched now at the Inter-American Development Bank the digital transformation of the bank, and we're actually now helping countries with the digital transformation of their governments. In that regards, we have $1 billion we did with Brazil and Mais Digital to help them with the digitalization of their governments, the justice system in Colombia, El Salvador, elsewhere, Chile. We're working with them. How important do you think the digital transformation of governments in itself?
It is critically important. It's where it all starts, right? Because basically that's where it all gets clogged up, you know, because you have all these great intentions, it gets clogged. So that digital transformation is very. By the way, I'll make another statement here. Because people, when I talk about Latin America, people always say, well, what about corruption? Look, we got corruption everywhere. I will tell you personally, my experience, and I've been doing business in Latin America for a lot of years, the corruption issue is way overstated, basically. I don't have, you know, I adhere to the U.S. American, you know, Foreign Corruption Practices Act, and if you go there and you know from the very beginning, you know that you can't do that, you can't do that. So it's not a big issue.
By the way, and I think at the end of the day, what better way, I say there's not a better tool to foment transparency than doing business with U.S. companies, U.S. investors, because it brings the Foreign Corrupt Practices Act with you, and at the end of the day, it is the natural way to foment 100%. Transparency. I'm getting a signal. Manny,
thank you, Mauricio.
Thank you for your wisdom, for your advice, and for your friendship.
Muchísimas gracias al señor Claver Carone y al señor Medina.
Thanks very much to Mr. Claver Caron and for for Manny Medina for the wonderful panel. Now we'll deal with financial inclusion through innovative digital services. This will be remotely managed. We'll have Gemma Sacristan, the Chief Investment Officer at IDB Invest, who will moderate the panel. We have Victoria Blanco Alegría, founder and CEO of Abaco. We'll have Vicente Fenol, the founder and CEO of Cubo Financiero. Fermín Bueno, the co-founder and managing partner of Finovista. And with us here in Miami, we have Annabel Perez, co-founder and CEO of Novo Payments. So the floor is yours. Good morning. It is indeed a pleasure to be with you, talking about how new digital financial services are enhancing financial inclusion in Latin America and the Caribbean. In recent years, as you know, the digital revolution has changed many industries, including that of financial services. The pandemic has given an extra boost to the digital, leading to growth with a focus on electronic devices and digital tools. Technology is no longer a back-end thing, but rather a key component of business models and value propositions. Products, channels, and innovative financial processes that result from this offer a significant and interesting opportunity to better serve clients and to expand services to a much broader range, especially smaller ones for MSMEs. New ecosystems are emerging around the gray economy, and digital payment platforms are creating opportunities to dramatically advance towards financial inclusion and push the border in the region. Through our 2025 vision at the IDB, we have identified 5 priorities for the coming years, including digital economy and support for MSMEs, which is key to encourage sustainable, inclusive recovery in the region. Today, we are pleased to speak to 4 actors of the digital ecosystem in the region for them to share their views regarding challenges and opportunities for fintech, as well as the possibilities they offer to enhance financial inclusion in the region. So Annabel, Victoria, Vicente, and Fermin, thank you very much indeed for joining us today. And how about starting with a few questions? I would like to begin talking a bit about how the pandemic has impacted the industry. Vicente, what do you think are the most significant changes in the industry in the context of the pandemic, and how do you feel the financial sector, the traditional sector, has reacted in the face of the exponential growth of fintechs in recent years? Hello, Gemma, and thank you very much for the invitation. The first major change is that IDB invested in Cubo. That's a great change which fills us with happiness. Thank you very much for the trust and for this partnership with IDB. Of course, at the industry level, the first major change has been centered around our clients. People have smartphones, mobile phones, and people from home started to try and see how to manage financial services. We saw a major increase in demand, both in terms of savings accounts, as well as time deposits and other instruments. And in the case of Mexico, there are 2 major areas. Fintechs were ready to start dealing with this major demand volume by clients, and the traditional financial institutions, which were used to having their physical branches with people on the ground, have lagged behind. They weren't ready technologically to serve their customers. I've seen this at different fora. So it's been quite a major mental and operational commotion for many industry. And on the traditional banking side, most don't operate at the pyramid base. So we still see the gap that we've seen for many years between the base of the pyramid and most of the market. with the traditional incumbents. And throughout COVID, this has remained that way with a big gap. So there's the challenge of developing new models, algorithms, screens that are user-friendly. Today, we need to be used to making sure that the screen that people see on the smartphone will be intelligible. You need to be friendly with good design. So it's no longer a back office thing within the system. This is actually what people get to see through technology, and this is the way they see the face of the financial company. The change has been dramatic, and I think that even we ourselves, fintechs, haven't yet reached the standard that people need in order to best serve their needs. So the challenge is brutally phenomenal, and it'll be lots of fun too. Great, thank you very much. Annabelle, in different countries across the region, we've seen digital finance evolving in different ways with different actors and certainly with different processes. How do you view the growth in digital finance in different countries in the region? And it would be especially interesting if you could give us an overview as to how the smaller countries are evolving. It's great to be with you this morning and to share on this extraordinary panel with all very close friends, all of us working together on this transformation process for the region. As you rightly pointed out, there are a variety of actors. The good thing is we see they're emerging in numbers like never before, not just the traditional ones, banks. There are lots of neobank fintech formats. An important actor on the Mexican market is Cubo with us today. There's also the merchants who are starting to build into their catalogs of products and services, financial services. And then, of course, you have the client side, the payment networks between individuals and also between business and consumers. Lots of innovation going on there too. And regulation is trying to accommodate this evolution and market demand. Latin America is very large. There are two major economies, Mexico and Brazil, growing and transforming in leaps and bounds. But we also have another major area in the Spanish-speaking Latin American region, including the smallest economies, not only in the Andean, but also in the Latin American and Caribbean region. We are working hard to help many actors develop the infrastructure that is required to be able to support the user experiences, these screens that will help the financial and payment service delivery process. Banks are working on adapting and upgrading, but fintechs and merchants are working even faster to actually elevate the user experience, especially in two main areas: microfinance, which is now also called buy today, pay tomorrow, new digital lending models, which are helping consumers purchase goods and services on their own terms and from their preferred merchants. And there you have a great convergence between fintechs and merchants at large. And then there's the new relations with individuals models and also involving merchants, which facilitates new payment flows. And all around this, there is great convergence between the mobile, the internet, cloud computing, and other technologies. All the conditions are present. What you need to do is work with the critical flows that are required to enable all of those services and raise the standard of user experiences. Thank you.
Thank you, Victoria and Fermin. What are some of the opportunities that you see in terms of providing more financial services for a lot of these communities that have not received enough? And what can the governments do to serve as a catalyst to expand that inclusion? I will start. So from our perspective, with COVID, we have seen that those communities that have not been incorporated, this is an excellent opportunity to incorporate them. So looking at financial services that are much more adapted to them, and that's what we're seeking. So we saw that, for example, digital wallets during the COVID pandemic, where before COVID, however, we didn't have enough of that opportunity to include. But now with COVID, everybody was in lockdown, and now people needed to use these for transactions and all kinds of other services being provided. So for us, the major opportunity is with the increase in that transactionality. This enables us to track what's going on and also to have much more information than what existed before. So take all of this information, look at these credit services that are much more in depth, and at the same time, to be able to expand that, including financial services. Those are the opportunities that we have, including expanding transactionality. From the regulatory perspective, we believe that we need to have a framework for the use of information in service of the client. At the same time, the fintechs can now provide good experience, user-friendly experience, especially for a community that is just not that well versed in the specifics of these financial services, and also with the standardized API, so we avoid making very complex transactions for the communities. Go ahead, Fermin. Thank you, Gemma, and thank you very much for this kind invitation to join you in this forum. So we are fully convinced that this is an enormous opportunity over the next few years to provide digital solutions to the community at large, providing personalized financial services for day-to-day transactions and the day-to-day needs of the end users. When the customers need this without needing to make any dramatic shifts. So we have been working with fintechs in the region since 2003. During the first 8 to 10 years, we have witnessed a takeoff in what we're talking about, the 0.0 clientele. Those entrepreneurs like Vicente, who've developed these financial services and packages for those who are already banking, and the innovators that those financial institutions have not been able to create. So now we think we're embarking on a second phase, the embedded Fintech 2.0. And that's already been mentioned by Gemma. These are solutions and a new era in terms of financial technology, a revolution where we transition from a vertical configuration to a new level of technology that is above the other layers, the mobile and internet layers, so that any business can provide financial services and very streamlined, very enriched with all of the omnipresent data. And in Latin America, we have already been developing this Fintech 2.0, Fintech solutions. We've also developed a lot of Fintech infrastructure in Latin America, infrastructure for services that has enabled this developing of new layers. So this opportunity is not just available in Latin America. We're seeing this globally, and comprising about $7 trillion US. We believe that for Latin America, we're talking about $500 billion over the next few years. So the FinTech 2.0 for Latin America is going to lead to a major wave of innovation headed by FinTech companies, providing this new technology to all of the economy sectors. So FinTech will be integrated into many of these sectors, or the majority of the sectors in the economy, so that the final end user, whether it be the community at large or small and medium-sized businesses will be able to consume this within the proper context and when they need it and under the right conditions. And that is the huge opportunity that we envision. Governments can do a great deal to enable this and make it possible, not just something that's taking place in Asia with Grav or the Southeast Asian, Barape, but it also should be in Latin America that would provide enabling legislation that promote payment solutions for the community overall. That would be a major gateway to the population, and then supporting digital penetration, internet service with businesses, and providing, creating a fintech ecosystems so that we can reach out to entrepreneurs with these innovations. Well, thank you. Let's continue with, well, Vicente and Fermin, we know that financial inclusion is going to be vital and we need to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. So what is your vision regarding the role of fintechs in this configuration, and overall, how can fintechs facilitate financial inclusion for women, for example? You want to go ahead, Fermin? Yes, I'll just get back into that. Well, financial inclusion goes really hand in hand with innovation. Innovation, not just with the traditional financial models. This is a much more robust model that has been, it really has a cost structure that is not able to address the needs of all of the community. But we think with this innovation will resolve the financial inclusion needs, and that can maximize the current infrastructure developing over the last few years, and is continuing to put another layer on top of that financial infrastructure with new solutions. And fintech is part of that solution, but we also see as fundamental cooperation with those more visionary actors that can provide momentum to these solutions. Excellent. What about in the case of financial inclusion for women? What about the women? Well, let me get into that. I think the issue here, we're going to have internet, we're going to have the mobile technology, but this major revolution, I think, also requires that focus on not just the user experience, but the learning process. Let me just give you two specific examples from our own research. Most fintechs, the percentage of women users is much lower. It's not just a 50-50 split that we usually have in our countries. In Mexico, I think it's 51% of the population is women, but the mix is not following the same logic. So the question here is, why are there fewer women customers, where in financial services we're used to seeing 90%, 80% women in the customers for those services? So in this case, the way the service is operating doesn't seem to be including women. So we've been conducting in-depth analysis and research, and I think it has a lot to do with the language. Two issues. For example, the regulatory requirements require certain terminology. When you put, for example, the terminology on a screen, people are reading what we have. They look at screens and they're reading the content. They're not talking to us. So that generates fear. It generates uncertainty and apprehension. We have to break through and do away with that feeling of uncertainty, apprehension. And so we need to understand the behavior patterns. And we've been talking a lot about savings, for example. And for Mexico, savings, it's not a question of distinguishing gender between man and woman. Women are telling us that it has a lot to do with family decisions. All right, interesting. So how do you create a savings, a fintech platform to address the family decisions to save? Because that's what's going to generate trust and confidence in the decision making. Then also individual accounts, the savings plans. There we see a large participation by women. My mother, for example, she used to have individual envelopes for saving money in cash. So it has a lot to do with the company's decisions to try to know how to communicate, in this case, in the case of the base of the pyramid, the women in the community, in other words. All right, Victoria and Anabel, how do you view the role of fintechs in order to support these platforms? And what are some of the alternatives for example, loan and savings services? Well, we in OPM, we have developed several of the platforms that are being used. And I think they're doing a great job, by the way, from the perspective of not just achieving financial inclusion, but also technology inclusion. And they're also showing the skills of these new models of digital services and how they can help to increase the level of engagement in the community. Many are using this technology and infrastructure in order to enable and strengthen the critical flows, operational critical flows, for providing their users and customers goods and services. We're also helping them in their financial inclusion models and providing and sharing experiences in terms of models relating to contextual loans and collections. So I think we're going to see much greater growth now that we have seen a more widespread adoption of these platforms. The info tech, they are adding value, and they are becoming creating super apps, lifestyle apps. And I think this is going to continue to enrich the resources of goods and services available. As Fermin and Vicente already stated, showing evidence that any business today can become a fintech, or at least participate in the value chains in terms of financial services and payments inclusion. That will vary from country to country. Then we also look at we're looking at integrating 14 countries, including the United States, to a new cloud platform that is enabling the traditional banks and reducing technology gaps. We're connecting these banks with these video economy platforms in order to fill in the gaps, the regulatory gaps. For example, we're taking these platforms, these economy platforms, to expand their processes, especially achieving greater interconnectivity. And we're helping the final end users to access these services and get their payments on time, in real time. And these processes are taking place through payments and 24/7 disbursements, including Saturday and Sunday, secure e-commerce. So we protect the information in all these transactions, also processes that are enabling the onboarding of all these users. And we're looking at now a platform of 60 partners that will enable any company to engage very quickly and have scalable and very secure transactions. Thank you. Anabel, would you like to add? Well, Victoria, would you like to add something? Well, we'd also like to add, saying that the clients in the e-economy have been a part of this revolution for the generation of income into the base of the pyramid. Before, you would have the income flows, people would go out to work. Now we have a continuity in expanding those platforms. Now, what we also hear with the e-banking, we take all of the information related from the in these platforms. We're looking at and providing financial information. What's important to point out is that ultimately we have generated a economic financial inclusion focused on people that are totally out of the system. For example, people without any prior experience. and people who perhaps have had some negative credit history. So through the transactionality that we talked about, we have been able to create this financial inclusion in the digital economy and the day-to-day transactions. Thank you. I think it would be a good idea if Victoria and Fermin, could you just discuss the role in increasing increasing financial inclusion from your perspective? Well, the final end user needs to have trust and confidence in order to get the financial services, because in the past they may have had some problems. In our case with Abaco, we used e-economy platforms to provide financial services with confidence. So here we have that possibility of creating these channels to reach out to the clients, and they feel that they're reliable and they're confident in that reliability. Well, I think at the center of the digital economy with these platforms, with the big economy, people are going to be acquiring services through those brands that generate the most trust and confidence and reliability, so that they get not just the services, but everything that comes with that. There's nothing more important for the diverse communities than the flow of money, because that's how they make their living, and that's how they support their families. And that's the key in the discussion. So these economies are adding huge quantities of talent, and they're going to be much more significant. They were there before in the economy, but it was more of an analogous process. Now we're able to accelerate many of these processes to a significant degree. Well, and the fact is that it's interesting to note that and excuse me for reiterating this and pressing this point, but during the first wave, what we saw that it started with a focus on addressing a specific problem. They did a good job, and there was an unbundling of the solutions. And then we have a rebanding with Fintech 2.0 that tried to provide many financial services and solutions. And now with this new embedded Fintech 2.0 wave, Fintech is now going to focus on creating that environment of trust and confidence. There's been an unbundling of solutions by Fintech, where you will have many actors that are providing financial solutions built within that layer. So sooner or later, we're going to see a rebundling. So these actors, these brands that were mentioned by Abel, that address the needs of that neglected community, their day-to-day needs, a nearby retailer, for example, large and small businesses, they're now poised to provide these financial services companies to provide that complete portfolio of digital services through various fintech. They don't have to develop these skills in-house. They can deploy in just a few weeks. They connect with a specific fintech of services. The retailers are very well poised to do this, but the technologies are moving at such a lightning pace that people are just not accustomed to, with Facebook, Google, free market processes, very, very active engagement right now in many of the countries. So our vision is that the transparency of fintechs that are ubiquitous. That's no longer just a business model. It's becoming a whole layer of technology that can be integrated into the daily lives of all of our members of the community. Well, we have an office of 5 countries from Latin America, and we have been interconnecting Miami with Latin America. There are 3 flows that need to be digitalized. P2M, that will play a role, a huge role in the remittances, for example, the intra-regional remittances, not just from the United States to Latin America, but actually within Latin America. There's enormous B2B business thanks to digitalization, and there's also an enormous opportunity with big data platforms that will accelerate the financial inclusion and technology inclusion services. So we are making our small contribution to achieve that cross-cutting process, increase the number of actors, as many as possible, providing digitalized services, and at the same time to orchestrate our partners, those businesses that can participate in the distribution of the critical flows of capture, of origination, and payment from person to person, payments between businesses and other companies and entities. So we see that there's an increasing number of actors providing these financial services, including an inclusion of many neobanks. So how do you see your competitive advantage, and what is that value added that you're creating and improving in order to become more competitive? Maybe Vicente or Victoria. Well, in the case of Mexico, I think the big question here is, what is a neobank? But everything, I think, as was already mentioned, we're going to see multi-product and multi-services. We see, for example, digital payment services or loan services, but now we're seeing other models that we started in the other way. We started providing loans and deposits, and then we began to build the rest of the service infrastructure. So it depends on the regulatory framework too. In the case of Mexico, just as throughout the region, if you want to capture more savings, you have, for example, the people's banking institutions where deposits go through the regulatory process, protecting the depositors. And we believe that in our case, this is a multi-product solution where you have a debit card, you have savings accounts, you have loans, and we want to include remittances and insurance services pretty soon. So these are multi-service products that through the regulatory process becomes a specialized service. In the case of Mexico, the Fintech legislation that was passed only allow for payments. The legislation does not include access to multi-product. So you have 2 businesses, those who specialize in payments, and then those who are multi-service products with a broader range of services. So the IDB can play a key role here. This layer that Fermin talked about, where you can connect with other businesses. Today, the regulatory process or framework is not that clear in terms of, for example, deposits, where you would have another layer with another company that's not clear. Who is making the deposits? Is it this, or is this the financial sector? So there's a regulatory process that's way behind. It's lagging behind what's actually going on in the market. And the IDB has looked at studies and proposals to change the regulatory structure that could incorporate the technology innovations that are being incorporated, as well as and how they're affecting the services. So there's an enormous opportunity there. The financial services need, well, business is not the bank itself or the objective. And of course, we're looking at profits too, but people need financial services to improve their living standards and quality of life. So how can a savings account help someone have a better living standard? And how can these savings accounts allow people to feel confident that their children, once they go to college, they'll be able to afford a computer? Or how will this help with their having a better pension in the future, or be able to improve their or even create businesses? So the people are looking at it from that perspective. So I think sometimes when we talk about technology, we assign too much importance on that and not so much on how we can raise living standards. I couldn't agree with you more, Vicente. We need to give a human face to these experiences. And those that are addressing those segments of the market need to design the appropriate strategies in the go-to-market strategies, in the composition of services and price structures. But that won't happen if you don't have the technology and the services that will go hand in hand and accompany that journey as people evolve over time. Like you said, someone's a student, then they get married, they want to buy an apartment, and then towards the end of their lives, they want a decent pension with dignity. So sometimes the banks make mistakes of creating these services with different technology components, and that eats up more than 50% of their budget resources by maintaining that. We believe in modular banking, where anyone can start providing financial services very quickly at much lower prices than the traditional services in the technology banking, and that can have that impact that will be meaningful in the daily lives of our consumers and end users, providing new services in accordance with their business models and to the extent that the regulatory framework will permit. Well, let me, when we talk about unbundling to rebundling, that's true, but we can't create a spaghetti stack either. You can't be adding modules, and thanks to API technology, you might have those cooperation models that can orchestrate services to generate the user experience that can be described and is that we all want, the appropriate ones that we want. So we can provide the services to the consumer, and that these processes be much more economic of capturing this data in the financial sector and non-financial sector. And the access to credit and loans can be much more cost effective and economic and more democratic. I just wanted to add something about that. The real problem in Latin America has to do with the flow of cash. Now, this works with digital cash, so it needs to be digital money. That is what we need to focus on. And we're not moving at the pace that we would like. Of course, we do have the cash in, digital cash in, but as long as you're not able to digitalize money, you're not going to make a lot of progress. Today, I can go to a store and I can buy chewing gum for 5 cents. But if I pay for a service, I'm going to be charged between 7 and 10 cents for each transaction. So the cash-in systems are too expensive and they're not fair. It's not fair that you pay more for the servicing, the service cost, as opposed to the actual item, such as in the example of the chewing gum. So the revolution here is going to be with that, as I said, digital money. And imagine Mexico with 120 million inhabitants with digital money. This would be a huge phenomenon. And well, I think we're knocking on the door of digital money. And I think that's a key step, like he said. Well, I think governments play a key role, as well as private sector entities. They still are paying in some vertical salaries in cash, and this generates a distortion that has unintended and undesirable results. We are working with some partners like Visa and to try to craft solutions with large banks, public banks, so that they can develop digital formulae for in the context of, for example, social subsidies and eliminate millions of dollars of circulating currency and transition to digital currency. And we believe that businesses there, that's where we need to focus our attention so that we can develop APIs with other similar actors and develop the payment, for example, payroll payments and payments to providers and suppliers for many SMEs so that we can focus on that digital payment and focus on those actors that are on the are in the forefront, such as in Mexico, to be able to share these user experiences with the end consumer and end users who are receiving these services directly. Excellent. Well, we have to go now.
I'd like to focus this last question on the challenge of the digital footprint of these populations and what it is that you think can be done to meet the challenges of create products and services that are focused on these consumers when they have such a limited digital footprint. Perhaps Vicente and Victoria can comment. We work with a population that does have a they use their profile, their smartphone as a way, their smartphone as a way to interact, but we do have to think about this in an intersectional way, and financial institutions have to allow this at a low cost. It has to be a very easy user experience for the consumer to be able to do all of the transactions that are needed. The product design in the end is extremely important as well. As Vicente was saying, we have to design products that have a good use for the client. In the case of credits, these have to be the lowest interest rates in the market. Why? Because we know how to model this information for the profile of the user to be adapted to the risk. So this is very important through a digital footprint, a digital fingerprint. We are approaching this in two different dimensions. On the one hand, there's a light digital print here, fingerprint, and we have to incorporate this into different models. But we are also having to go back to basics in terms of our finances. In traditional microfinance, we would go out on the street to meet a client. And there was a phrase, you look into somebody's eyes before you loan them money. You see if the business really exists. You see if there are transactions and volume. We are rethinking now, how is that usual field experience to be done digitally through questions that will allow us to understand if having this deep print digitally allows us to understand if people are telling the truth or not. In microfinances, we would try to understand if people were telling the truth in their day-to-day experience. We can only do this digitally through a certain series of questions. And these questions are a way of evaluating the risk. Let me give you an example. If a woman tells us, if a lady tells us that she has a store, and if we ask, how are you? Where are you? Are you at home or at the store? And I have a geo-referencing, which allows me to see if that point exists or not on Google Maps. And perhaps there's a photograph, and maybe the Google photograph allows to see that there is, in fact, a green color store at that location. So these are things that can be combined in the process. Or if you ask a question, and if the photographs on your social media are different, So we have to use very variable data models here. The back to basics, I think, of good, sound microfinance practices can be recovered here. In the case of the bank also, to complement what we're hearing from Vicente, we work with more qualitative information. In the end, the personality of the client determines whether they're going to be able to pay or not pay. So we validate the information we get with questions to the customer to see if they are lying to us or telling us the truth, and to see if they have the capacity of understanding how much they're earning, how much they're spending each week. And we do this by measuring the cash flows. We think that the true digital print begins with your birthplace. Everybody should have a bank account number, just like you have an ID number, just like you have portability of your phone number. You should be able to port your bank account information as well. And this is the principle of open banking, that with open banking platforms should allow you to keep a bank account to match goods and services. The majority of population, which in Latin America is the majority, that is not in the formal banking sector, has to be a way of measuring their cash flows, and this has to be an important issue in their credit scoring. Phenomenal. Thank you, Anabel, Victoria, Vicente, and Fermin, for telling us, for sharing of your vision and your experience on how digital services can help to improve the financial inclusion in Latin America and the Caribbean. Thank you to each of you. Thank you. Thank you very much for the panel to bring us closer to the opportunities that digital technology can give us to greater inclusion in financial services. Now we move to a financial issue which allows for the expansion of business. And this is with small and medium businesses and electronic commerce in Latin America and the Caribbean. Opportunities and challenges. We'll begin with the virtual participation of Patricia Yanes Pagans, a principal economist for effectiveness in the development from IDB Invest. Will give us a general introduction, and will moderate the conversation between Alexandra Meira da Rosa, General Director of Strategies in IDB Invest, and Martín de los Santos, Senior Vice President of Credit Markets in Mercado Libre. Good day to each of you. It's a great pleasure for me to be accompanied here by Alexandre and Martín. We'll talk about electronic commerce, one of the markets that has grown in the fastest in the region. And we're specifically interested here in the growth of micro, small and medium enterprises in the region, understanding what the challenges and opportunities are to participate in e-commerce. As part of the 2025 vision of the IDB Group, we're going to work on five key pillars in supporting the economic recovery after the pandemic for a sustainable and inclusive development. Two of these pillars are, on the one hand, investment in small, micro, and medium enterprises, and digital investment. We think this is an important session to address these themes. But before beginning, let me share with you a little bit what the dynamic will be on our panel and to present them. Martín de los Santos joins me. It's a great pleasure to have him here. He has a master's in business administration, a graduate of the UNC at Chapel Hill, and he has an MBA from Stanford University. For 14 years or more, he's worked with Mercado Libre. He began as an independent director in 2008, and then became senior vice president for finance, and currently is the senior vice president for credit markets. Previously, he worked at Goldman Sachs, McKinsey, and Boston Consulting Group. I'm also joined by Alexandre Meira da Rosa. He's a general director for strategy of IDB Invest, and worked for 10 years before at the IDB as infrastructure and environment management, and then vice president for countries. Before working at the IDB, he was a vice minister and economic consultant to the at a ministerial level in Brazil, and worked on coordination with multilateral banks. He was a non-executive member as well of a number of energy companies and financial companies. He's a law graduate of the Federal University of Minas Gerais and has a finance degree from Berkeley and from the New School for Social Research in New York, and an MBA from MIT. Welcome, Alexandre and Martin. Before giving you the floor, I'd like to start off with a motivational presentation to share with you some of the results of a study that we recently concluded with Mercado Libre at IDB Invest. Once this presentation is concluded, we'll move to a series of questions and answers from you. I would ask for the presentation to be now shown on the shared screen.
Y me confirman, por favor, cuando ya la vean.
Confirm for me, please, when you can see it.
Perfecto.
Great.
Entonces, la pregunta que nosotros
The question that we tried to answer in this study is digital credit able to promote or generate e-commerce in micro, small, and medium enterprises. The pandemic has had important economic effects in the region at a global level, and one of the sectors that has been most affected is that of micro enterprises, micro, small, and medium enterprises, especially last year as social distancing measures were being implemented in a number of countries. Many of these companies saw significant loss in sales because most of their sales were to customers who bought in person from them, and they had to close. When we see information reports from the region, it's obvious that credit for small and medium enterprises has been significantly affected as well, perhaps because of the perception from traditional banking from these segments of business enterprises. Paradoxically, the pandemic also underscored the advantages of other markets, especially of e-commerce. We've seen an enormous growth in e-commerce. Many households in the region saw that they could have access to a greater variety of products. They had much greater transparency of pricing, and they could save on travel and trips to the store. So e-commerce grew exponentially, and we think it's here to stay. When we see the Mercado Libre ecosystem information, we see that between the year 2019 and 2020, there was a significant increase, 75% of growth. And when we see statistics from the region as a whole, we see that only 1% of e-commerce includes the participation of micro, small, and medium enterprises. So we see that this is an enormous area for possible help and opportunities for further growth. Why are we so interested in supporting micro, small, and medium enterprises? Because of their role significantly in employment. 75% of employees work in a micro or small and medium enterprise, and 45% of companies in the region are classified as this. So it is both a priority segment as well as a majority. And to promote private sector development means clearly supporting these micro, small, and medium enterprises. But one of the key factors here is for them to have both the knowledge and the know-how on how to use platforms for e-commerce. Another significant barrier is finance, and having access to finance that would allow them to grow and to be more digitally present. The business model that Mercado Crédito offers, which is a platform within Mercado Libre. Mercado Libre is the online platform that is most important one in the region. Mercado Crédito offers short-term financing for these enterprises, micro, small, and medium ones that traditionally have been excluded. So Mercado Crédito, in a way, is being able to meet the financing needs from these sectors of businesses that traditionally have been excluded. IDB Invest has allied itself with Mercado Libre to carry out an impact study. Let me tell you what this impact study amounted to. From IDB Invest, in addition to giving financial support, we also offer consulting services, technical support, technical assistance, and we think it's important, crucial, in fact, to understand the impact of our operations and also what the value can be for our clients, especially in helping them make significant choices that would strengthen their market presence. What we did with Mercado Libre was to process more than 1 million anonymized reports that were recorded. We have data from January of 2018 to December 2020. And very intuitively, what we wanted to do was to compare what the performance of those micro, small, and business enterprises that receive a credit compared to those that do not receive this credit. As these companies could be very different in their characteristics, we had a number of statistical indicators that would allow us to compare the most similar cohorts. And we did these over different segments of time to see if their sales remained stable or changed over time, where we could attribute this to the impact of Mercado Crédito. Let me show you here the main results from our study. What we found principally was that those companies receiving credit from Mercado Crédito saw a growth of their online sales of 30% in the first semester compared with other similarly situated and similarly sized companies that did not. In the first stage, the credit is a short-term, mainly for working capital. Prior to these credits, we saw no differences of sales between these two groups that in some way assures us that they behave very similarly on this platform. These are estimated information. This is estimated information comparing this to pre-pandemic, and we did a similar analysis with a period of time after the pandemic to see if the results were the same. What we observed was that since the beginning of the pandemic, the impacts recorded was even greater. As I mentioned previously, the impact was 30% prior to the pandemic, and since the beginning of the pandemic, the impact has been of 45%. This underscores the fact that as part of the pandemic, e-commerce is a key component to the business activities of micro, small, and medium enterprises. And before closing and moving to questions for Alexandre and Martin, let me highlight 2 points in our presentation. On the one hand, the importance of e-commerce and having access to e-commerce. And we see a key role here for the IDB group to allow and further this insertion. We also saw the important role of fintech companies, Mercado Crédito, and Mercado Libre being one of these, can play a key role in facilitating this, and a very promising opportunity it is. So now we'll move to questions that I have for Alexandre and Martin, and you'll each have approximately 5 minutes to answer these questions. If we see that we're close to running out of time, I'll give you a heads up. So let me start with you, Alexandre. Once again, thank you and welcome. As I was saying at the outset of our presentation, Latin America and the Caribbean has been significantly affected by the pandemic. One of the segments most affected has been that of micro, small, and medium enterprises. Alexandre, could you share with us what the IDB group has done in responding to these challenges during the pandemic? Yes, of course. Patricia, thank you. Thank you to both of you. Martin, it's a joy to be here with you. You know, Patricia, the Latin America at the beginning of the pandemic was really not living its best moment in terms of its economy, or there was social unrest in a number of countries, if you remember. There had been a long period of stagflation in the region. And so when we entered in what one of my colleagues has called the pandemic tunnel, this new reality that we faced, Latin America and the Caribbean was not really in its best moment. And we're not out of it yet, I think. We might now begin to see some light at the end of this tunnel. But let's look at what the bank did during this period. We could characterize this as a rare black swan. We understood our role was to work in a number of areas. The first, to use all of our resources, public, private resources that we can bring together to address the health issue, the deliverable of materials and the equipment needed to counter the spread of COVID. Secondly, we worked significantly, and I think the results will only be visible maybe in the future, was to ensure that companies in fashioning a necessary response would adopt sustainable responses. It would be natural for countries to respond with a way that could be scaled back thereafter. A third important role that the IDB group played was to mitigate the future impact, that is, to preserve people's income and to ensure that future generations, their ability to work and to grow in the future would not be compromised. So to support income for the most vulnerable segments of the population, we remember very clearly that this pandemic was also a pandemic that underscored the great inequalities. And so our role was to work to help support the needs of the most vulnerable sectors of the population and to protect and make at least as resilient as possible the social and employment fabric of the region. As we've said, 60% of employment in the region is represented by micro, small, and medium businesses. And so this was a key element for us to support. And so what we did was, through our private sector resources, working with banks in the region, we offered the maximum available resources for working capital, for investments. We offered guarantees, bolstering a number of guarantee programs that countries in the region deployed during this crisis. And with the private sector, our concern was first to alleviate the impact on companies making our short-term guarantees and capital support mechanisms for operating capital. Here again, making access to capital available to companies and allowing for expanded volume of capital, as well as preparing to accelerate a recovery and return so that our companies would be prepared and better poised to recover. IDB Invest approved, both the bank and IDB Invest approved record levels in terms of our own history. A key element of the IDB Group's support has been technical assistance. We can address this in greater detail with some more time, but we wanted to support our clients so that their value-added chains would be more resilient, more efficient, and that they could take advantage of the opportunities in a recovery stage. Thank you. Thank you, Alexandre, for your answer. I'm now going to move to you, Martin. As we know, Mercado Libre has been growing for some time now, offering micro, small, and medium enterprises a way of joining e-commerce, and Mercado Libre has played a significant role in that. Could you tell us what changes, if any, Mercado Libre had to do to allow for greater participation in Mercado Libre's platform? And share with us if during this process you met challenges or opportunities which you want to tell about. Thank you, Patricia. It's a great pleasure. Thank you, and good morning to all of you. It's great to be here with you. Thank you for the invitation. The fact is that the IDB has been a great support to the new credit offerings that we have had, IDB Invest, especially for our new initiative in Brazil. And so we're always grateful for the support. And this study, which you've mentioned, Patricia, that has shown the impact of credit to this sector. As you mentioned already, micro, small, and medium enterprises are at the heart of Mercado Libre's and Mercado Crédito's. 80% of this activity involves this sector. So we think it's key to develop that market. And as Alexandre has said, and Patricia, you commented as well, there's an enormous role played by this sector in employment in the region. And this is an area that traditional banks have not typically addressed well. During the pandemic, we met an enormous number of challenges and opportunities. On the one hand, we saw an enormous growth and penetration in e-commerce in the first few months, a growth that would have only been anticipated over the course of 4 or 5 years in e-commerce. This obviously was an opportunity, but an enormous challenge as well to adapt to that new reality. To give you just an idea, we had 99 million new users, people who had never used our product and began using it as a result of the pandemic. We doubled our database that used and processed payments through our platform as well, through our payments platform, and also 110% growth in terms of our official users. This obviously is a logistical challenge of adapting ourselves logistically when we had a doubling of volume and we had to maintain our standards of services, the time of delivery, and to process this with greater efficiency in the context of a pandemic that obviously affected our operations and logistics. On the credit side, which is the subject of our discussion today, we saw an enormous demand. There was a greater need for funding, for financing by micro, small, and medium businesses, and there was a retraction of credit from traditional sources as well. So what we did was we shared that journey with them. In 2019, we added from $500 million, we more than doubled that. Clearly, we went over $1 billion, and in 2021, we continue to accompany at the midpoint of 2021. We've already gone above the numbers from 2020, and we thought it was necessary and important to help meet our clients' needs in this area. What we've sought is to not only allow companies to sell with the same opportunities that a large retail client would have, we also wanted access to credit. We wanted credit to be available to these micro and small businesses, applying technology and the credit studies where we can have a sustainable credit operation. With this IDB report confirms this, and it has an important effect on the volume of transactions and the growth, which is due to the availability of credit.
So we are very pleased the way it's been developing this year, and we think there are huge opportunities for further growth in e-commerce, digital payments, and credit. Thank you very much, Martin. Back to you, Alexandre. You talked at the beginning about the role of technical advisory services, and we know that IDB Invest lends this kind of support to customers. Could you tell us a bit more about the role you attach to these technical forms of advice in regards to digitalization in the region? How can we support the process? First of all, Patricia, I dare say that our advisory capability, our advisory service, is probably not the only value added, but is definitely at the core of what sets us apart as an institution. And our guiding star in the advisory service is to have an impact in terms of sustainability and social inclusion. That is the strategic role of our advisory service. And this we do across a range of priorities, some of which I will mention before going more specifically into SMEs. Climate change is extremely important, for instance, and conveying this to our clients through our operations, also gender and diversity. You talked about Vision 2025, which our new president has brought. The two topics are at the core of the bank's vision for the region. And MSMEs are built into the DNA of IDB Invest, which was born decades ago under a different name to finance small business and MSMEs in particular. And the work with MSMEs, we approach on two main fronts. The first one is to ensure they have access to credit and give them support through financing. I think all we are discussing here regarding our study and Mercado Crédito is a quintessential example of the sort of potential there. And the second front is the integration of MSMEs into value chain. And this we do along three main fronts. I would say the first one is working on the last mile, financing the last mile. What I mean by this is working with businesses that may not yet be working with MSMEs, are working directly with consumers so that they can expand in a sustained fashion their work with MSMEs. An example of this is the work with fintechs in the region. The work we did with Alpha Credit in Colombia comes to mind, to help them build their platform for access to MSMEs and to have MSMEs integrated into their digital platform. The other work front we pursue is providing digital solutions to our clients so as to reach out to MSMEs and their value chain, enhance their work and increase their value through the value chain. We have numerous examples of this, one involving a sugar company that is a client of ours, and we supported them in building a digital financing platform to give credit to their own supply chain, which helped us reach almost 5,000 suppliers of that particular client. And last but not least is support for MSME digitalization proper, so as to ensure that the digitalization process, which is unstoppable and which will happen, so that that is not just restricted to large corporations or business, but rather to make sure that MSMEs have access to the transformation processes in the digital field so that they themselves are on board. Thank you, Alexandre. Very interesting examples you've given us. And Martin, I'd like to come back to you to pick up on something you alluded to in your previous response, which has to do with the role of Mercado Crédito in promoting financial inclusion. Do you see your business model as having conceived specifically for this particular impact and purpose in terms of fostering finance access to segments that are otherwise usually excluded? And what has the process been like for you in order to achieve this? What are the challenges and how does this differ from traditional banking? Could you give us a little bit more detail on how Mercado Credit works? Absolutely. For the benefit of those who may not be familiar with it, let me tell you how Mercado Crédito works. We have two major audiences. We have buyers, those who make digital purchases, and the SMEs that sell through our ecosystem. On the buyers side, as you know, in the region, we have very low credit card penetration, and we saw the challenges in e-commerce or in digital purchases. If you don't have a credit card, it's a bad experience because the user has to physically go deposit the money, go back to the platform. They can't make payments in installments. They have to pay everything upfront. The experience was bad. And like many other things we do at Mercado Libre, we tried to find a solution for the client first within the ecosystem and then go outwards. So we developed a product for users to pay in installments with no need for a credit card. We currently have 20 million scored users who can buy, and not only on Mercado Libre now, but on any other website that offers payments through Mercado Pago, whether it be in the physical world through QR code payments or online. And how did we manage to reach so many people? Through technology, as you said, not only in credit distribution, but also in scoring. We have AI and machine learning models. For individuals, we have over 2,400 variables measured, which are not just credit related, but also ecosystem behavior, the kinds of products they purchase, the kind of financing they use, what payment methods they have used previously, a whole volume of data we have that helps us understand our users much better, something that the financial system doesn't normally know. Over half of our users have less than 400 Gnosis score in Argentina, which is equivalent to FICO. So banks couldn't lend to them by definition, by policy. They had no access to the financial system. And now, both in terms of individuals and MSMEs, we see that over 80% of those we are lending to don't have access to the traditional financing world. And when we look at the SMEs, over 80% of the volume transacted on MELI relates to SMEs. We launched a survey among users, and we found that 82% of users had a financing need for their business, but only 18% had access to the financial system, which was to be expected as SMEs have very limited access to credit. And often it's not just that they don't have access, but the way to access traditional credit is very cumbersome. Perhaps they need to spend 6 months going to the bank, taking paperwork, and often they get rejected. So what we did here again was to use technology and machine learning, scoring, using all of the information available on the clients, also in real time, which allows us to be much more comprehensive, offering much more inclusive credit and in a much more streamlined way. Credits on Mercado Crédito is just 2 clicks away at any time. You have the offer available. All the client needs to do is to choose the amount and term for repayment, and the money is available in their account. They don't need to sign any paperwork or submit any documents. So it also helps streamline the process and make sure that they have what they need when they need it. And so far, we've given credit to over 1.5 million SMEs. And when we see they take a credit, 80% of those who fully repay take a new loan. And we suspected they used this to grow the business, but there was no evidence because there's no commitment in terms of where you need to use the funds. You have full flexibility as an SME. But through the IDB study, we've been able to prove that the credit has helped grow these SMEs. We've seen that their sales volume grows by 30% after getting credit. So we see users who are better funded and therefore better able to sell, which is good for the ecosystem. And another positive is that many of the variables we look at are ecosystem behavior patterns, how quickly they deliver products to the clients, how quickly they sort out any issues with the clients. And that's something we want to foster and reinforce within the system. It works very nicely, and sellers and SMEs know that if they behave in the most ecosystem positive way, they also help improve their own scoring, which means that the supply grows and the interest rates are lower. And to give you some context as to the types of loans we grant, the average is $500. So we lend from a street seller who sells fruits on the beach in Rio de Janeiro and processes payments using our Mercado Pago processor, or even a medium-sized seller who may take out a $500,000 loan to step up the sales. And this leads to major financial inclusion, as Patricia pointed out. Thanks very much, Martin. Alexandre, back to you. For us as a team, it's been very enriching to work hand in hand with Mercado Libre on this impact study. From your perspective, could you perhaps tell us a bit more about the way IDB Invest looks at investment impact and management, some examples of the work we do with our clients in this field? Absolutely, Patricia, with pleasure. A while ago, I talked about our core value, what sets us apart from others, and what defines us as a development institution has to do with the service we offer through the advisory service as well, and impact. Again, that's another core area and distinguishing feature. We take it very seriously, both on the public and private window side. And this we do and manage within a framework that I would define as cradle to grave or end to end, which means that from the very beginning of our customer relationship, ever since the moment we design a project and all the way to the end of our intervention, and even after that, we continue to reflect and to collect lessons learned. And how does this work? How does the cycle unfold? Well, first, we are an institution that, from the financial viewpoint, given the financing needs in Latin America, we have small intervention capability. So we need to be strategically very targeted in terms of the way we select our projects and partners. So the SIFT for the definition includes a significant criterion, the need to duly identify a project with the customer that will actually have impact. Then we move on to a phase that involves taking a look at the work to be done with the client and how to design the operations so as to have an impact, but also to be able to measure the impact going forward. We need to make sure that we'll produce something that will be measurable then. And we start to monitor the operation over its whole life cycle, checking against the standards originally set. And at the end comes the bit that I personally regard as the most important one, which has to do with wrapping up the project, assessing the impact we've had, and eliciting the lessons learned, trying to build them into instruments that we may take to other clients and replicate in our projects. I think that's the most fascinating bit as part of that impact management structure. And there's also the sort of work like the one we did with Mercado Crédito, as part of which we learn together through an operation that is already underway. We assess the impact of the transaction, of the experience. We learn together out of that, and we turn that into a public good for the whole region, which is an important role we play. And as I've already said, I see that as one of the main services we deliver to our clients, both private as well as the societies in Latin America and the Caribbean. Thank you so much, Alexandre. Martin, I'll move on back to you. And so as to start wrapping up the panel, I'd like to ask you how you view the prospects for e-commerce in the region and financing for MSMEs in the post-pandemic era and the new normal. What's the vision of Mercado Libre and Mercado Crédito on this? On the e-commerce side, certainly we have seen a major acceleration, and as already noted, lots of users who approach the platform for the first time, and as they had a good experience, they are bound to stay with us. The growth in the penetration in Latin America in some countries has reached almost 10%. And of course, in China and the United States, e-commerce penetration is much higher, and we see this trend as set to increase with more and more SMEs continuing to sell through digital networks such as Mercado Libre. So it is a trend that we believe is here to stay. And we also see this with regard to payments, QR payments in Argentina and Brazil, and now increasingly so in Mexico as well. We see that growing a lot. And with regard to credit, not just our own Mercado Crédito, but we see many fintechs working in the region. And by using technology and applying innovative credit scoring models, they can include a whole lot more people in the traditional financial system, or at least to make sure that there's access to some form of credit. I think it's also interesting to look at what's happening in Brazil with open banking, which means that information is no longer owned by the banks, but by the clients who can take that information to other banks or fintechs for them to use it, understand the client better, and offer better credit options. I think that's also going to be very important. It's only just beginning in Brazil and will also be a significant part of the developments in terms of Mercado Crédito. I do think there is still a major need, especially in the context of the pandemic, and we believe we need to continue to innovate and to bring new users on board within our credit ecosystem. We currently have 500,000 SMEs in our portfolio and another million who could take a loan anytime, take out a loan anytime if they wanted to. We think this will grow as more people use digital payments and more people sell using the Mercado Libre and e-commerce platform. And having more information for scoring will certainly make the whole system grow. We are pursuing financial inclusion by bringing people into the world of credit for the first time, but also helping them have a credit history, which they may also use beyond Mercado Libre with banks and fintechs, just as we do with e-commerce and payments and credit. We really want to mobilize access to credit, and not only through the loans we ourselves grant, but also to make sure these people can be integrated into the more traditional credit systems. So going forward, we see lots of growth on all three fronts: payments, commerce, and credit. Thanks, Martin. Alexandre, in closing now, the last question for this panel. Looking ahead and among the IDB group's strategic pillars is digitalization. Could you share with us the view of and the vision of IDB Invest on how to tackle this initiative? Certainly, Patricia. I see someone beckoning. I think time is running out, so I'll be very brief. Vision 2025, which I highlighted as our strategy for the coming 5 years, places digitalization at the core as one of the central elements we'll work on. So in order to address the challenge within this long-term strategy, we are working on a digital transformation framework which will guide our work in Latin America and the Caribbean over the next few years. And that framework is focused on 3 major core pillars. The first one is the expansion of digital infrastructure. In other words, we want to make sure that we finance expansion and access to broadband for the benefit of the most vulnerable population groups in Latin America. We think that is an equalizer. It is an instrument to reduce inequalities in the region and to increase opportunities. That is the first key focus. Secondly, we wish to invest in and support businesses that create disruptive digital business models to help the region enter this era of the digital in a much more easy way, democratizing access to the digital economy much more swiftly in the region. And finally, without leaving aside the role of traditional businesses, we want to support our traditional clients, large companies in the region, throughout their digitalization process, but with an inclusion perspective as well, so that the digitalization process of large companies will have externalities or spillovers vis-a-vis their supply chains and the whole value chain. So we want to reach out to the small through the large. Very well. Thank you very much indeed, Alexandre and Martin, for joining me on this panel today. It's been very enriching to hear from both of you your views. And again, we'd like to thank Mercado Libre for the collaboration with us on this impact study. Going forward, we as IDB Group wish to continue to contribute to further knowledge generation and to raise awareness as to the impact we may have throughout the region and by means of the private sector. We'd like to thank everyone else connected and watching us from Miami, and let's hope you continue to enjoy this fruitful Miami-LAC day. Thank you once again, and see you. Thank you very much, Patricia, and big hug to Martin. Thank you very much to all 3 of you. We'll now take a 30-minute break, and around 11:45 Miami time, we'll be hoping to see you for the session on capital, human capital in a digital economy and the role of higher education. See you in a bit.
Google and the IDB have shared a solid alliance for more than a decade that allowed us to work on a diversity of projects ranging.
Google nos ha permitido trabajar en diferentes productos, empezando con inteligencia artificial. Hemos logrado alcanzar tantas cosas con personas que comparten una visión similar, mejorar las vidas.
A good example goes back to 2019, when we decided to start by educating young professionals on the future of jobs by bringing Coursera's IT certificate to Latin America. Or our latest joint project that makes microcredit capital available to small and medium-sized companies throughout the region. Not to mention one of my favorites, Conecta América Mujeres. There are too many reasons why Google has this strong partnership with IDB, and we plan to continue building on it with full commitment to play our part in the economic recovery of our beloved region in a post-pandemic world. Thank you.
Welcome back, and we hope you enjoyed your break. So let's move to the next session of the day, Human Capital in a Digital Economy, the Role of Higher Education. For this, we welcome the panel moderator, Marcelo Cabrol, Manager of the Social Sector at the Inter-American Development Bank. And joining him as panelists, we are honored to have Julio Frank, President at the University of Miami, also Madeline Pumariega, President at Miami-Dade College, and Mark Rosenberg, President at Florida International University. Jessica Bedoya, Chief of Staff and Executive Advisor at the Office of the Presidency at the IDB, will deliver some introductory remarks to this panel.
Good morning. I'm excited to be with you today for this panel because I am a believer that education holds the key to opportunities, productivity, and prosperity. I think everyone here can agree on one basic principle: the need for human capital to actually make sustainable development and economic growth happen. If we want to create a revolutionary hemispheric ecosystem of digital entrepreneurship, we need people with the right skills. Now, education is evolving rapidly, and we at the IDB want to keep up with the changing dynamics. Doing so allows us to identify how we can contribute to higher rates of formal, vocational, and technical education in Latin America and the Caribbean, which will totally and completely unlock and unleash the region's true potential. Today, we are honored to have 3 of Miami's university and college presidents with us to share their insights on the role of education and capacity building in creating the region we all envision. A year and a half ago, the world of education seemed to be on the cusp of a revolution. Virtual learning was quickly gaining popularity amid the expansion of education systems such as massive open online courses, or MOOCs. Microsoft had just announced that it would be hiring new employees based on skills instead of college degrees. And newspapers reported that investments in education technology were set to grow by a factor of 6 in Latin America and the Caribbean. Then, of course, the world was turned upside down. The pandemic hit, and an estimated 170 million students were forced to forego their places of study across the region. Since then, one of our challenges has been to understand all of the challenges we face today. For some students, it has manifested as a gap in comprehension of critical math concepts. Others will have fallen behind in writing, critical thinking, and science. Some have been forced to care for family and give up their studies altogether. We are all acutely aware of the pandemic's magnifying effect on various forms of inequality in our region, and it has put even more distance between the students fortunate enough to have access to better quality education and the large number who are already left behind. But now, the IDB is moving from diagnostics to action, and this is the cornerstone of why I am excited to be here today and privileged to serve at the bank at this moment in time. We have identified steps to mitigate the long-term effects of this forced break in educational development and overall human development. So let's look ahead together. As you've probably heard throughout this forum, the IDB's Vision 2025 is our roadmap for strategic reinvestment in Latin America and the Caribbean. It is predicated on the notion that this devastating pandemic has changed thinking, which in turn has opened up a unique window of opportunity that our region must seize to build back stronger, more competitively, more sustainably, and more inclusively. This is a time to pause, to rethink, and to make radical adjustments to our educational systems. Now, we are aware that this will require investment, and we are willing to work with governments and the private sector to find ways to make these investments a reality. because not making them would have a deleterious impact on our region's future. And when it comes to higher education, human capital, and the digital economy, we should ask the hard questions about how and where we will reinvest. For example, what can we do to enable the region's universities to harness virtual learning and expand access to the millions of students who still cannot afford to go to college? How do we modernize curricula so that graduates have STEM skills and the digital competencies that startups, SMEs, and other employers demand in order to compete in sectors such as global digital services? Is the traditional model of a four-year degree the best way to meet people's higher education needs today? Or should we promote a spectrum of continuous education options for all workers? What types of incentives should leaders in our region consider to help more girls go to school, help young women have a chance at internships, and help women advance in their professional careers, start their own businesses, or join the workforce? And how can the educational systems of Latin America and the Caribbean learn from the experiences of the 3 South Florida institutions represented here today? Can both regions cooperate more robustly in this area for their mutual benefit? These are just some of the difficult questions we'll tackle. Once more, let me thank Presidents Frank, Pumariega, and Rosenberg for joining us and for sharing your experience and perspectives today. We look forward to hearing from you, learning from you, and finding ways to apply the takeaways in our work for the benefit of our hemisphere's people. With that, I will hand this off to Marcelo Cabrol, the IDB Social Sector Manager. Thank you.
Thank you, Jessica, and I'm so happy to be here. Mark, Madeline, Julio. I'm going to start with a little video, so we start hot, okay?
All right.
Let's look at that. I promise it's coming.
Plan to disrupt the college degree, Google is making it a little easier for job seekers to adapt to the changing economy by offering programs that provide job-ready skills with no degree or experience required.
So this is the question. Google, Amazon moving into new models of delivering education. And they say higher education. We are talking about also corporate universities that are going to be open to the public. Is traditional higher education falling behind? Are we missing out on the transformation? Mark, why don't you start?
Well, I don't think there's any doubt that universities, we've lost our monopoly on higher ed. That may not be a bad thing. In fact, I feel that the diffusion of learning is a key issue for the 21st century. And democratizing learning is very important. And so it's probably a good thing that there's much more competition for who teaches and how people learn than ever before. And I'm optimistic that our universities and our state colleges can compete in that much more robust, aggressive world. I'm very optimistic.
Is that competition, or it's either or it's at some point collaboration and improvement?
Well, I don't think it's either or, but I think we have to realize that how people learn is fundamentally changing. And we're a little slow on that because we're very traditionally organized. 4-year degrees, 5-year degrees, 2-year degrees, and we're not into just-in-time learning, which is much more akin to how the 21st century is changing.
Thank you. Madeline, community colleges are, we admire community colleges all throughout Latin America. But the same question applies to your model. Is that an either or?
No, so I think what we're seeing when Google comes into the marketplace and others are coming in, whether it's digital apprenticeships, I think what we're seeing is the blurring of credit and non-credit. We're seeing a focus on skill acquisition instead of credit accumulation. If you think about our business model, it's a credit accumulation business model that yields a degree that lets you allow into the workforce. I think what we're seeing in this 21st century, and the pandemic's only accelerated it, and the need for talent is only really accelerating it to that next level where you are seeing companies that they know if they win on talent, they win on economic development. And what stands between them and a talented workforce, in their perception, oftentimes, are our programs that are actually getting them ready. So I think that community colleges and universities that partner together to create seamless transitions, and those seamless transitions are within our own institutions and business and industry, as well as focus on skill acquisition versus just the credit accumulation. And I think that's where there's a great opportunity, and I'm optimistic that we're ready for that.
Madeline, the question I guess there immediately applies to the issue of how much has happened in the last year and 2 months to community colleges and how they have changed on the digital side. Can you tell me a couple of things that I need to remember?
Yeah, so I think what's been great, you know, the pandemic, certainly you always have to find the silver lining in the storm. And so the silver lining is the ability for community colleges to adopt technology, to adopt additional instructional modalities. Those, I would say, probably Mark and Julio agree, would have been a committee, a year adoption, and within a week, we went into online modalities, which we already had. We went into live Zoom modalities. Our faculty came on board. And what it did was break down the silos that might have existed within our institutions. I think the second aspect in regards to students, we became much more portable. And I think that's going to help us in the long run with students, especially community college students that work while they study, take care of their families while they study. They can see now that they can stay in college, and we can balance both and help them with additional modalities and learning supports.
That's a great point. We're going to go back to the issue of portability in a moment. Julio, is digital transformation happening to higher education, or higher education happening to digital transformation? What's the relationship?
It's an excellent question, because I think what we need to get out is the paradigm of universities and colleges being the supply side of human capital and the world of business being the demand side. Actually, what's happening is those two lines are blurred now. I mean, the example of Google is clear about moving to the supply, but let's not forget that universities, not just supply, they shape the analysis, the understanding of reality, and therefore shape business models. They are not just passively satisfying a demand from existing enterprises. Furthermore, in the world of tech, every single innovation that we have today, what made Google possible, or any other large tech company, has its origins in research carried out in universities. So we also play the role of building the understanding and the technologies to modify our reality in which businesses operate. And I think what we need is a much more open set of structures so that there are true partnerships where universities preserving their critical independence, which the business sector needs in order to gain that understanding. Universities are at the same time connected in understanding those evolving needs, in helping companies to identify their own needs, because it's not that we have enlightenment about exactly what those needs are, and we work together. And I think that has changed. And the other thing that has changed dramatically is that for whatever reason, education in general was one of the very few fields of human endeavor that did not experience a technological revolution in the 20th century. Compared to medical care or transportation, that revolution is happening now. With the convergence of high quality online, of mixed reality, of simulation technologies, we are finally in the cusp of that revolution, that technological revolution, which is going to completely reshape higher education. And we as institutions that are devoted to that, we need not just to adapt, but to actually lead that revolution.
Julio, from your own experience, you're not promising me, but you're promising me that revolution is happening. I heard that before. Yeah. I heard that 10 years ago, actually. Okay. Right. Can you give me more arguments why revolution is happening? And I'm going to ask you, the two of you, too, to jump into this conversation.
3 factors, I think, that were there before the pandemic, and I agree with Marilyn. The pandemic accelerated. The pandemic didn't so much create the changes and disruptions, but it was the great accelerator of those changes. The first factor, I think, are advances in cognitive sciences that allow us to understand better how humans, and in particular adults, which is the population we deal with, learn. And that is an understanding that I think is much deeper now. Particularly the complete reversal of the traditional paradigm that you first learn theory and then you apply it in practice. We know that people understand better when they have immersive experiences and then elaborate the conceptual and theoretical frameworks to structure that experience. So advances in cognitive sciences. Second, some actual technologies, particularly digital technologies, that are now finding applications in the world of education. And third, and I think probably the most important, students are graduating into the most dynamic labor market in history. And therefore, because while they're in the education institution, new jobs are being created and existing jobs are being disrupted. Once they graduate into what we call the real world, they have evolving educational needs to face the disruption of labor markets brought by the same technologies that have empowered the educational revolution, artificial intelligence, automation. And therefore, we can no longer sustain the model where you front load the educational content and competencies and then let people loose in the labor market, because once they're there, their educational needs will continue to evolve. And we as universities need to redefine ourselves as providers of educational services throughout the entire career cycle of people, not just before people join the labor market, but during the time and even after they leave the labor market as retirees or whatever.
Great.
So that lifelong view, I think, is
so
a
there's
major
no
change.
going back.
I don't think there's going back, because labor markets will only get more dynamic as we move forward. And the pandemic, if anything, accelerated those trends and is making the need for universities to be responsive even more urgent.
Thank you, Julio. So cognitive science, new technologies, and a new labor market. Madeline, what would you add or detract from that?
So I would add personalization. I think demand-driven personalization of education. I think that will be a driver. And as Julio was saying, we used to say lifelong learning, and it was kind of cliche, and we're going to be lifelong learners. I think that there is no way that we'll get away with not being lifelong learners. And that means skill acquisition because of the acceleration of adoptions of technology. I also want to say we didn't see that revolution because when technology was really coming out, if you think about it, the expensive part of it, it is now cheaper, faster, better. And I think leveraging AI and automation is also going to allow us to be much more nimble in the way that we deliver services to students, and we deliver them to really in demand. Because I think the disruption factors are going to be there, multi-generational, the global economy, technology. I think the delivery systems, for a long time, those delivery systems of education have been found in two places, K-12 and higher education. And I think what's happened is the ecosystem of that delivery is changing to on-demand, in-demand, industry-focused. We're still going to be the pillars. Because I'll say this, the one thing when I talk to business leaders that they ask for our students to have, critical thinking, communication skills, teamwork, and design thinking. And you can't microwave those skills. Those just don't get done in the microwave. They get done over time in our classrooms, in our research, our capstone projects. And so I think there's that element too, that what is different between us and a computer is actually our communication skill, critical thinking skills, all of the things that we have missed during this pandemic. That third dimension says the human skills are going to be critical for the success of any industry, actually the success of the world.
I cannot help to ask you this. So microwaving soft skills, I'm going to write that down after we finish the panel, I promise. But some companies, some technology companies actually, they're telling me that you can indeed use digital technology to actually teach soft skills. So you can be replaced there too, if that's how do you see that, Mark?
There is a lot that we can do on digital platforms. And the agreement there from all of us in terms of what you see with AI, data science, modularization, contextualizing education. The human interaction is still critical. And I think that the future of work is not only just having the digital skills, and that's the part that's added, right? Who's successful in the work environment? It isn't necessarily the only person that is an expert in a subject area. It's those transferable skills that move from industry, sector, and jobs. I think that's the soft skills that you necessarily just don't digitize. They do need a little bit of that human factor element in them.
Thank you, Madeline.
Well, I think there's three
Last but
things.
not least, are we going back or not?
Well, but here's the thing. Let me see if I can just summarize a couple of points that we've heard. First of all, we have to figure out how to move from being student-centered to learner-centered. Okay, so because then our marketplace really does open significantly. That's why I'm not concerned about losing our monopoly, because the reality is you may not want to be a student, but you got to be a learner. And that's what we know about how 21st century change is taking place. That's one. Two, I see a convergence here between vocational and baccalaureate. And so the silos are breaking down. And when the silos break down for educators, that gives us huge upside opportunities if we're willing to think out of the box and benchmark against the future in terms of what's needed and not against the past, in terms of where we've been. And then the third piece is, again, to pick up, is that probably anywhere from 5 to 10 years from now, all education will be personalized and customized. And so learning will take place for the most part, on an individual basis. Not to say that that there won't be team-based learning, but we will know in terms of the cognition where people are on the cognitive spectrum. We'll be able to measure that in real time, and we'll be able to measure the growth, the change in the cognition, and that's where we're really going to get into competency-based learning as opposed to just, time in seat. So I see we're just at the front edge of some very dramatic changes in how people, if you will, learn. And we're grappling with it. We are grappling with it because we have regulatory frameworks, we have measurement devices that are very 19th and 20th century, and they're not 21st century. And so that's a big challenge for us going forward.
Can I add something? And I want your thought about that. So what about the private sector? I mean, we talk about a labor market that is going to be changing all the time. Julio said, there's no going back. There is a different labor market. What is the role of the private sector? Because we are also trying to bring private sector dynamics into this conversation, at least on the side of demand. And I get the point that demand and supply will change completely as we move forward. But
well, if you're asking me,
that's asking you, yeah.
I think it's good that boundaries are breaking down. I think that's critical. And so private sector...
It means that the private sector needs to come
this
side of the equation?
A much more thorough dialogue. But then it varies by the scale of the enterprise per se and the ecosystem, which Madeline mentioned, in which you are. But my instinct is that there will be a convergence there as well between educators and the business community, in part because we'll recognize we have the capability to leverage the talent that we have against the problems or the opportunities that are out there that a private sector, plus the public sector in that sense, is trying to address.
So let me change a little bit now the tack and ask you a question about your experience. But your experience a year and 2 months ago, when you actually had to close down your services at that point. We discussed this with Julio yesterday, how a transformation happened in very few days. So, Julio, I'm going to start with you. Can you tell me in 3 minutes what happened in those 10 days that you needed to change completely what you were doing?
Sure. I said the pandemic was a great accelerator, not necessarily the initiator of the changes. all of us, all of higher education had been preparing for this digital revolution. But we were facing huge cultural barriers. Universities are very strong instruments of social reproduction. We teach the way we were taught, and our teachers teach the way they were taught. And so change is very hard to effect. And so what happened, March, after the pandemic is declared, is that every university all over the world had to pivot quickly to online formats, had to close the in-person, because we were at the beginning, we didn't know what was heading our way, and that was the prudent course of action. For example, we at the University of Miami, we had to migrate 1,700 courses in 10 days, courses that had been taught until the previous day in person. In 10 days, they were migrated into an online format. And that was possible, the technology is there. That, by the way, is not the permanent solution. That was a response to an emergency. But the big contribution, in my opinion, of the pandemic was the cultural change it accelerated. Faculty who had been resisting the use of technology, particularly online media, in their instruction, finally embraced it, discovered it, realized it's not so bad. In fact, started loving it. And by the time we reached the fall, when we at the University of Miami had decided, since public health is my area of expertise, that if we did things right based on science, we could actually reopen for in-person, we had a role reversal. Now we had faculty who were saying, no, I want to continue the online. Well, that's incredibly valuable, because I think in those 10 days, we made more progress in cultural change than in the previous 10 years. And now, I mean, our students are already fully digital, and most of them are digital natives. It was the faculty that was resistant, and we now have a receptive faculty who has now embraced, because they tested it and they realized how powerful that can be. And this is a moment we cannot let go of.
I'm going to ask you the same, but I'm going to add something that Julio said. First of all, did your professors actually love it at the beginning?
Yeah, so I want to ditto exactly what the president said, because I think it did accelerate. Did they love it? Look, change is always hard. Yeah. And to say that this isn't, it was change, right? Do I think they love it? Yes. Do I think it'll stay with us? But I want to just add another element, so that we're not, in a sense, saying the same thing. But what we learned in those 10 days is how community college students were vulnerable. Housing insecurity, food insecurity, the digital divide was loud and clear. So we could not afford to close. We needed to quickly move our virtual services, our support services virtually, virtual mental health counseling, virtual tutoring, everything that we were doing that typically a student came face to face, we were their lifeline. And so I think that's an important aspect too. For everything that is said about higher education, not being nimble, turning the Titanic in the middle of the sea, we actually demonstrated our nimbleness. We rose to the occasion to be able to transform our entire education systems into a virtual environment, be it online or be it via Zoom or synchronous or asynchronous. So I think, again, it's accelerated everything we were on the trajectory to do. And I think in every one of our strategic priorities, 2025 was looking at it. The Florida Chamber had put out the 2030. It just came in 2020. And so now institutions that stay nimble are the ones who build on this innovation to scale.
Great, Madeline.
So I'll pick up on that theme by quoting Carlos Fuentes and others, maybe before him, who essentially made the point that sometimes it takes a whole decade for a year to pass, and other times it takes only a year for a whole decade to pass. And honestly, I think that issue of time and the acceleration, this is what we have experienced. So that's one. Two is that I think a lot of us, university presidents, found this, that whatever we said we weren't going to do tomorrow, we ended up doing it. And you found agility that, against the stereotype that of an incredible agility from our faculty, incredible resilience from our students, and the professional staff understood the purpose-driven mission that they really were on. So this crisis focused in no other way. And at FIU, we moved roughly 4,700 courses in about 4 days. Now, they weren't exactly, of course, where we would want them, but we knew what we had to do. We had a Canvas platform. Everybody was on it, and that served us, honestly, very, very well. It also did some other things. To the point, telehealth all of a sudden became very popular. Telemedicine, incredible. Also, it was pointed out to me as I was lamenting with our engineering faculty in a Zoom that we couldn't, really teach the way we wanted to. One faculty member spoke up and said, yeah, but you understand that we have a lot of students who can't get back into the country, and by virtue of Zoom, they can take their courses. And that got me to thinking about, in many ways, the potential. I agree, the digital divide was laid bare, no question. But the other side of the point is, we can, I think, now think more aggressively and progressively about democratizing learning and democratizing international experiences. And for instance, we've seen a growth in the use of COIL, a collaborative online international learning that we wouldn't have had, where you get classes from universities in different countries working together. My gosh, how great is that for a lot of place-bound students who may not be able to get that international experience by going there, but at least they get the first steps that they wouldn't have gotten otherwise. So I'm very excited about that as one of the positive results of this horrible, if you will, pandemic that we've been through.
Mark, I want to pick up on the issue of equality, or equity of access, that Madeline brought to the table. That's super important to us, thinking about Latin America and the Caribbean and how we can support their higher education. Right. There's two things there going on. Okay, the first one is, of course, the issue of connectivity of students and their capacity to actually access to that. But there's also the issue of preparedness of the universities. And there we see at least three things that are happening. The first one is a question also of connectivity of the universities, their capacity to actually access infrastructure. The second one is software. And we talk about Zoom all the time, but I still cannot imagine how you're going to manage large classes or large classrooms with a Zoom. I truly don't know how to do that. But the software is the second part. And the third part is instructional methodology. Because what we see essentially in Latin America and the Caribbean, and also in the US, is that we're reproducing the same kind of instructional pedagogy using technology that we use face-to-face, okay? And that's something that we need to change eventually. So let's go to the issue of equity first.
I mean, let me reframe the question.
Go ahead.
Do you really think we can get from here to there doing what we've continued to be doing, even if we tweaked it a little bit with some expanded connectivity and some expanded bandwidth?
I doubt it.
I don't think so.
Okay.
So I think we really have to do much better at thinking out of the box. And so I want equity, but I want access. And there's that debate, which we've all been through, which comes first. I can tell you that if we agonize over the issue of equity, which is very important, we're going to miss opportunities to get into new communities that one way or the other, where learning is desperately wanted, but it may not be in the same traditional, more elitist forms that we've traditionally associated 19th and 20th century learning with. It may be more popular, it may be more democratic, it may be more results-oriented, it may be more finite. But our job is to help people learn. And so I would say that if we can think that through, we've got a lot of work ahead of us in a positive way. Might not be with degrees as an outcome, but it will be with competency and some element of prosperity that comes with getting additional skills and being able to get into the modern labor market, if you will.
Super understood. Madeline, so how you would navigate the issue of equity? You brought it up, so we are happy to do that.
There's a tension between why students come to a college. And we would always love it to be to learn, but they come to us for a job. Because it's through the power of education that we build paths to prosperity. And so I think that, one, access is not going to be enough. You know, our institution, we're open access, right? We're in the business of growing everyone. I think we have to create those stackable pathways with multiple entry and exit points that let students come out, get a job, earn some work-life skills, come back in, continue, and not lose any time in it. That's how we have to drive equity, that it's driven not just by you accessed it, but I have a personal responsibility at our college to make sure you get to the finish line and that you get a job that is able to sustain for your family and that we connect you to those pathways. And that's where I say where we blur the credit and non-credit and where we blur skill acquisition, where we look at learning experiences and leveraging that. And where we shift pedagogy. You know, Julio said it right. We teach the way we learned. Well, our students are going to learn differently. Today, we learn differently. So I think enhancing pedagogy with our faculty is critical. Creating personalized interventions for students, and then connecting them to the future of work, which is today, and those skills that they need to be able to get a job, provide for their families, and then make sure they come back to us and continue that path of lifelong learning.
Thank you, Madeline. Julio, I'm going to go even deeper on the issue of equality, and I'm talking about, I'm thinking about the difference between, you know, for example, how do we get more women to actually work on the STEM and high technology fields? How we bridge that difference? That's a huge difference in Latin America, by the way. We have only 10 to 15% of our university students women going into this kind of fields. So what are the best strategies to do that?
Well, I mean, I think for any of the dimensions of equity, the only way you do it is if you're deliberate. You know, we need to reaffirm the role of higher education as the most legitimate instrument for upward social mobility. So any group that's been marginalized, women, communities of color, poor families or households, we need to deliberately seek out and open the pathways of access, and then assure an environment that's respectful, that's mindful of the marginalized condition of many of these communities, and that works very closely with them to really build a sense of belonging. I find we are very actively engaging disenfranchised communities, including women, and men and women of color, and poor households. And a big problem is that you may recruit them, but you need to create the internal environment where they feel valued at every point and they really think that that's where they belong. And providing financial assistance is not enough. Now, to answer your question, in the case of gender discrimination, obviously a lot of the interventions are upstream, are way before. It's encouraging women, it's actively reducing stereotyping. But you know, it's happened. Right now, for STEM with one M, it is true. But if you add the second M, which stands for medicine, in the health professions, we now have, in most of Latin America, and the world indeed, a majority women professions, and not just the traditional divide between nursing and medicine, within medicine as well. And by the way, growing numbers of males in nursing. I think that's a model of where we need to be. But it's purposeful intervention. And here's also where we need to connect with the private sector, the world of employment. We need to change those stereotypes also on that end. And I think a lot of the solution to what we're talking about comes from that. It comes from that sort of engagement. If we can provide, for example, for impoverished members of our student body, opportunities for paid internships, which would make a lot of business sense in the STEM fields and others, if we can demand the kind of equitable lens to favor women in careers in science, technology, engineering, mathematics, and medicine. We need that partnership with the world of employment to do that. So I think this is actually one of the big advantages of a mindset where we break out of that idea that we're the supply side, the world of business is the demand side, and we work in a real partnership. And we think not just of us pushing, but also the pull factors. If we have those kinds of policies on the world of employment, we will be more responsive. And if we deliberately graduate women, people of color, impoverished members of households into our pipeline, then we will also enrich the world of work. And just one quick comment on what you said before. The response in the emergency, I said it before, is not the future. We had to quickly adopt this kind of hybrid models. But it was the same passive learning models, except now on Zoom. The same lecture, the same PowerPoint, but now you do it. That's not the future. And we need to understand what the pandemic brought us, what that cultural change. What we need to do is not hybrid, but I make a distinction between hybrid and blended. And blended means that you have an integrated instructional design where you bring in-classroom experience, online, and on-site. And you blend them in an integrated approach, not segregating students as we did, where we had some students at home, others on campus because of their needs, but actually blending according to the pedagogical imperatives of the material. The transmission of factual knowledge online, high quality online, not passive, online that's personalized, like Madeline said, that allows constant feedback, not for grading, but for assessment. And Mark also said that when we're now acquiring in real time the ability to measure acquisition of competencies, and you're adjusting, reinforcing content on an online. So it's online it's personalized, that's active in the relationship of the learner to the material, and that's interactive, that allows interaction among the learners and the instructors. That's a different online technology than what we call online, the old passive model. Then on-site, in the classroom, and in the field. And you need to integrate, and for the in the field, again, it's the interaction with the world of employment that is going to provide those opportunities to place people, and we need to understand that that's part of the pedagogical model. And we just need integrated designs where we combine those in a competency-driven model of instruction, not a credit-based model.
I love what you say, but let me go and challenge Mark with your words now. Sorry. That would be great, that kind of model. But many experts out there are predicting that you would have a commoditized, a set of courses that are out there for those that can afford that much. And then you're going to have a personalized mentoring, instructional support, et cetera, for those that can afford it, higher up. How can we ensure that that's not the end or the future of that conversation?
I don't think one size fits all in the 21st century. So the commoditization of education is a reality. The question is, how can it be shared and made available to people in accordance with what their needs are? So I'm okay with the pluralism that's in higher education. I think that's one of the strengths that we have. So one size will not fit all. One mindset is not adequate, is inadequate, and so I'm okay with that. But what I want to see is multiple ways for people to get access to knowledge and learning, and for there to be some credible way in which they can demonstrate what they have. Now, I think as we get into big data, and we get into quantum computing, and we get into, if you will, these global data sets, that there will be opportunities but inequalities generated. If you can get into the global data set, you can demonstrate your competency in another country and you may get hired, because it's now a global labor market. I mean, there's going to be a lot of adjustments that are going to have to be made, but I don't think one size fits all, and I don't think one size should fit all, because learners come in all shapes and sizes and all needs and all jurisdictions and with all kinds of different parameters in their own ecosystem.
I take that. So, okay. All right. But I still, Madeleine, might have different segments going to different kinds of population and creating inequality building the city. Sorry that I'm going back to that point.
Yeah, so I want to, remember when the MOOCs came on?
Yeah.
That was it. That was the end of higher education. It was over. We were done. Our model.
I saw the obituaries, actually.
Right?
Yeah.
Who did MOOCs serve? 80% of the individuals who enrolled in a MOOC had a bachelor's degree. Mm-hmm. They acquired the skills they needed on the MOOC, and then they finished. That was it. They maybe didn't even finish the course.
That's true.
So I think we can't get so excited about it's going to be one size. It really isn't. I think back to what both Julio and Mark are saying, the data and the systems are going to help us do it at scale. Today, Canvas and our learning management systems are using big data and artificial intelligence to make the job of a faculty member much more reliant on their talent, which is knowledge, expertise, and allowing then technology to give us the personal nudges, to remind a student an assignment is due, to be able to connect them to a tutor at the time they need to the tutor understand what's in the syllabus. I think that's the part where we marry both advancing pedagogy and modernizing pedagogy, leveraging technology for a personalized experience. And for the 1,100 community colleges in America, we are equity. We are democracy's college. If we don't get it right, we don't put individuals in this country on a path to prosperity. I think that the one piece that we have to also talk about on the bookends is our K-12 and the strong linkages to early college programs, that sense of belonging Julio said. And then I think the other part, companies that have talent management strategies will win. And talent management strategy means the entire ecosystem. For what your executives do on mentorships, how you look at paid internships, how you do professional development within your own employees. It's how do you recruit, how do you retain, how do you incentivize and motivate. And I think that we also can be a partner in helping our business leaders develop talent management strategies, not just this idea of supply and production and being frustrated when they don't have enough. It's how do we build those strong ecosystems?
I see very little of that. I have to tell you. I mean, in Latin America and the Caribbean, if you talk about talent management strategies being deployed, I see very little there. It's not too much to ask. It's something that is doable.
I think it's doable, and I think that's where we move from passive partnerships to real partnerships. It's when business leaders have education leaders at the table building the talent management strategy together. And that means us. You know, we don't have an abundance of talent. We too are in the market for the most talented individuals that we can. So, you know, I think even within our own institutions, the way we are leveling up and powering up our own employees are going to be critical to our own success and to our ability to be innovative and nimble.
Thank you, Madeleine. Julio, I need to broach the issue of the future of the teaching profession in higher education after all these changes that we discussed. So why don't you start telling us what do you see, what do we need actually to have those teachers that don't teach as we learn, okay?
Yeah. I think that's the great advantage of what happened, or what is happening still with the pandemic. It was that cultural change. But look, I mean, I think what you're hearing here, the three of us, is a vision of higher education, not the traditional vision of closed systems, where you had an input called the people you admit. You had a process, and it typically was good, and people got some value added. And then you had an output called graduates who then went into the real world, and that was it. We were done. And then you front-loaded both the content and the cost of education in that way. We need to create an open system architecture, where first of all, we're much more diversified and proactive, because we need to become, and not become, the colleges are, but higher education needs to resume its role as the engine of opportunity, of equality of opportunity in our societies, and we're losing that. If we're becoming actually stratification institutions rather than equality of opportunity. So you open that, you turn around that closed process and transform it into what Madeline and Mark are talking about. We call it education for life. And that has two meanings. It's education that lasts your entire life. It's also education that prepares you for life, to lead a meaningful life. And whatever it is, not just get your first job, but develop a career, face a dynamic labor market. And we need to become providers of educational solutions throughout your entire life and accompany you, and maybe disperse the cost and the time investment across your entire life. It's a very different vision. We cannot do it with the faculty that have run. They're great, and let's not forget, we're all also employers. You know, we're actually some of the largest employers in society. We need to invest. All of these changes are going to require investment. And that, I think, for the Inter-American Development Bank could be one of the most productive priorities. None of this is cheap. A lot of the MOOC revolution was sold as lowering the cost. I don't doubt that there are efficiencies there. But we have to invest, and it starts with our own talent developing strategy, with our own faculty, who are superb content experts, but not necessarily educational experts. And faculty development will be an absolute critical element of the success formula. We need to invest in technology, and we need to completely redesign the learning spaces. You cannot have 21st century pedagogy in 19th century classrooms, which is what we have in most of our places. Mm-hmm. So this is an investment, but it's the only way I see forward given how dynamic labor markets have become.
That's great. So, Mark, some people would tell you, look, you know, you have huge transformation because of technology,
right,
happening very quickly.
Right.
But teacher retraining or rethinking, it takes time.
Right.
Okay. How do you manage that gap?
Yeah, I think it speaks to the issue of, to me, we can do the high tech. Can we do the high touch? Mm-hmm. Because Madeline's point and Julio's point was that high touch is still very important. At one level, I see us moving that the professoriate will become, in the world that I see, essentially curators of learning, all right? And individuals have the opportunity to opt in and out of working with a professor or with a curator. But we have to do a much better job at expecting that our curators, that our faculty, that our professional staffs are upskilling continually as well. And that upskilling involves three areas at least: emotional intelligence, data analysis, and artificial intelligence. Because ultimately what we're seeing is the integration of humans and machines. We not only work with fellow humans, we work with machines, we work with software, we work with hardware, and that's rapidly changing. So nobody's off the hook here in terms of upskilling, honestly. And so if not, we're not gonna progress. So I think people like us in leadership positions have to recognize that, have to set that example, have to ourselves willing to submit ourselves to new learning, to finding ways to understand the latest technologies and approaches so that we can ask better questions and provide better leadership. Ultimately, what we represent, we're all clusters of talent. And that the parameters are changing so quickly that we too have to change.
Thank you, Mark. We only have 3 minutes, unfortunately, because it's been a great conversation. I want to thank you all for this. I always like to finalize this conversation with a headline. Okay, so it's your own headline, and it's 5 years from now. Okay, so the headline is, what headline would you like to see 5 years from now in terms of how higher education has transformed itself and or society? Okay, so what's the headline? Madeline. You want to start?
Yeah, so I'll just say something I was thinking about while Mark and Julio were saying, and that's, look, talent is universal. Opportunity is not. We have to make sure that higher education creates an ecosystem of opportunity for everyone, an inclusive one, and then that's how we win on talent. And that's how we win on prosperity. It's how we win on peace. And so I think that's just so important. And I would just say the other part of this is we can't continue to look at education as an expense, an investment. It is an absolute investment. And where we invest, you see the fruits of the labor, and especially when we look at social mobility and economic opportunities.
So you see in 5 years investment, and you also say opportunity and talent.
And I would say the headline is investing in opportunities that drive talent in America and across the world.
I love it. I love it, and we're going to use it. It's trademark? It's not trademark.
You can have it.
Thank you very much. Julio.
Well, it's hard to beat Marilyn's headline, but I think the idea of higher education as a connector, the connective tissue that connects with families who may have not had opportunity, who brings a unique experience that's personalized and enriching, prepares them for life, and connects with the productive sector, with the private sector, with government. A connector, the connective university as the future of higher education. Not a closed system, not a system of privilege, not a system of further stratification, but a connector between opportunity and prosperity. We are right there in the middle. And I would call that the essential university.
And it would be a revolution, no?
It would be a revolution.
Thank you, Julio.
I want to massify learning.
All right.
That leads to closing of prosperity gaps and the raising of literacy and expanded opportunities as a consequence.
Very concrete, very good. Thank you very much, Mark. Okay, time is out for us. Thank you very much for the conversation, and we are very happy to continue this after the panel. So thank you very much, and thank you to all our audience, and have a good day.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you very much. So for now, we will have a break for lunch, but remember that after this, we're going to have a Future Flash with Mr. Jeffrey Okamoto, who joins us from the International Monetary Fund. So we will see you at 2:15. Have a good lunch. Thank you. Welcome back. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. We are ready to continue with the program, and I'm very honored to welcome to the stage the first Deputy Managing Director at International Monetary Fund, Jeffrey Okamoto, with a special presentation on building a better data economy. Thank you very much for joining us, Mr. Okamoto, and the stage is yours.
Well, good afternoon. I really want to thank the IDB for inviting me here to be with all of you this week. As a technologist who then went into finance and is now in public service, I think the need for discussing these issues has never been greater. And there's no better context to have it in than with respect to Latin America and be here in Miami. This is one of the first conferences I've been to since the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic. I think it's impossible to have lived through the past year and not have come out with a different perspective. One thing is for certain is that our reliance on technology has lessened the impact on the pandemic. You could order meals, you could sign mortgage agreements, and you can even hold a virtual quinceañera, thanks not only to technological innovation, but I think also the accompanying societal adoption. This trend, by all indications, is going to continue at light speed, so we all need to be ready. All countries should do everything they can to use this technological supercycle for a much-needed growth tailwind that raises living standards and addresses long-standing challenges. So it's important for me to be here in Miami and speak with leaders like you, because building a better digital economy is particularly important for Latin America and the Caribbean. Our research at the IMF indicates that this region has lagged others in ensuring that all people can share in the prosperity that a digital transition brings. This digital divide exists because many do not have access to digital technology, or if they do, they lack the skills to use it productively. This digital divide is already giving way to an economic divide, and if it's further left unaddressed, that societal divide isn't out of the question. That's something this region just can't afford. The people of Latin America and the Caribbean deserve every opportunity to pursue prosperity that is now inextricably linked to continued technological innovation and commercialization. There are proper roles for the government and for the private sector, but both are going to need to collaborate to maximize the growth opportunities that will present themselves. If done well, governments will be able to deliver prosperity to citizens after a year in which IMF data shows standards of living in most countries declined, and the private sector is going to be able to offer transformational products in new markets with more customers and with higher incomes. It really truly can be win-win. We know how this can work because it works in other places. I come from California, which was a then frontier that people flocked to in the 1800s in search of gold, leaving behind their more established and comfortable lives on the East Coast. I am convinced that that spirit, somehow in some way, persisted in the California ether and gave rise to the Silicon Valley that has powered California's economy. But all people, by our nature, want to push the boundaries of what's possible to improve our lives and secure a better future for our next generation. That same spirit has ignited tech hubs all over the world, where disruptors and the investors that believe in them are injecting dynamism and growth into their economies. To make this work in Latin America, we're going to need to focus on some key issues. First, there needs to be sufficient investment in basic digital infrastructure. Governments and private firms both need to play a role, but governments in particular should focus on investments that may be inaccessible or unprofitable for private providers. Some of this is physical infrastructure, because after all, it's impossible to participate in the digital economy if you're not connected. But a lot of it is also digital identity infrastructure and critical data on SMEs that private firms can use to construct a better ecosystem for startups. It's reassuring that we have a strong partner in the IDB that understands this, and they can help build out that digital infrastructure of various types throughout the region. In some areas of work where it's possible to coordinate this across countries as well, the region's going to see even greater benefits. Second, governments need to reconsider their regulatory frameworks and make sure that they are conducive to private sector investment and innovation. Regulation that is too tight favors companies that are large enough to afford expensive and complex compliance. Right-sizing that regulation with an eye toward facilitating the entry of smaller firms may be opposed by established players, but a more dynamic economy is in everyone's interest, attracting investment and creating better paying jobs. And we can start this today. In the case of Fintech, for example, Mechanisms like guidance units set up within regulators and so-called regulatory sandboxes can be used as a stopgap measure to encourage innovation while more thorough reviews are undertaken. Third, new firms need access to the right people. Developing human capital is key. Governments need to invest properly in education, particularly in STEM fields, while the private sector needs to assist by investing in training employees for that so-called last mile on technical skills that are very specific to their business. The two, though, go hand in hand, and this is an example where coordination makes all the difference. Fourth, the financial sector needs to be capitalized and regulated with an eye toward maintaining stability while also channeling capital to new market entrants. The safest entity to lend to may be a government, a state-owned enterprise, or a conglomerate with outsized market power, but a financial sector that is overly incentivized to allocate capital to these entities is effectively starving the more dynamic parts of the private sector of the resources that they need to grow. In the long term, the goal is to have a mix of banks, capital markets, and even fintechs themselves allocating capital to new firms, each able to finance at different scales, on different terms, and assume different risks. Governments that maintain capital account openness can avail themselves of foreign investment, much of which is engaged in a global search for good investment opportunities at a time when yields are low in many advanced economies. Fifth, investors and firms need access to a sound and stable legal framework with a judicial system that understands property rights, including the importance of intellectual property rights. Startup investing is almost by definition one of the highest risk investments you can make, and it's difficult to attract it at sufficient scale if the private sector isn't clear on what their rights are or if they'll be able to enforce their rights when they're needed. Many countries in Latin America and the Caribbean need to make substantial improvements in one or more of these areas to fully unlock a digital economy that powers growth and is inclusive of people that to date are falling further behind. And so I'm very encouraged that the IDB's new blueprint, Vision 2025, has outlined a strategy to help address these areas in concrete ways. It's also worth noting that there are emerging challenges that need to be addressed. Safe, trusted, and reliable digital ecosystems lie at the heart of adoption and usage of new digital products and services. Cyber threats increase exponentially as consumers connect through their mobile devices to a host of communication networks, such as public Wi-Fi. It becomes important then to ensure that the entire digital ecosystem is designed with cybersecurity in mind. The development of global standards in this domain must keep pace with the changes, especially as we move into a quantum processing world with supercomputers. Of course, with such computing power and advanced analytics, we need to be equally aware of the biases that may be built into these algorithms that may impact the digital divide. Now, at the International Monetary Fund, we want to do all we can to support countries during this transition. It starts with deploying our expansive analytical expertise to help countries understand the amount of growth that they could be leaving on the table if they don't act now, as many of the elements that I highlighted can understandably be politically difficult to execute. In the fintech space, the IMF, along with the World Bank, proposed the Bali Fintech Agenda, which reinforces competition and commitment to open, free, and contestable markets. We're working to deepen our work on digital money and the implications that this has for the international monetary system that we've been responsible for since our creation. Cryptocurrencies, stablecoins, and central bank digital currencies have sweeping implications for monetary policy, capital flows, and the role of the financial sector. Building a better digital economy is therefore a collective effort amongst a wide set of stakeholders, and it's great to have the IDB convening all of us here to put some energy into that conversation. We need to take action now, and Latin America can show others how to successfully accelerate development of the digital economy. We need greater enhanced focus to ensure that the digital revolution benefits the many and not just the few. So thank you very much for your time this afternoon. I'm very optimistic on the prospects for the region. You can count on me, my colleagues at the IMF, and of course the IDB, to do all we can to help this region realize the full growth potential that digital innovation brings. Thank you.
Muchas gracias al señor Okamoto por esta presentación especial. Y ahora
Thank you very much, Mr. Okamoto, for this special presentation. We will now move on to a very interesting discussion regarding the growth and potential of augmented and virtual reality in global digital services. And here we'll have Rosa Jimenez Cano, America's Tech Editor at Large at Inversia, as part of a conversation with Martina Santoro, evangelist for the Americas at Epic Games, who's joining us from Argentina. So the floor is yours.
Muy buenas.
Hola, Rosa.
¿Qué
Hello
tal,
there.
Martina? Qué curioso
¿Cómo
verte
estás?
otra vez en la distancia. Quiero mirar para adelante o para atrás. No, tengo que mirarte aquí. Bueno, es una suerte tenerte y siento que es un privilegio para
It's a pleasure to have you with us. It's a privilege to have someone like you with us. It's not usual to have women in technology, needless to say.
algo tan innovador como tu campo, pero es que además tú eres una multiplicadora
You are also a multiplier and an evangelist
en el filo,
in a technological field which is on the or at the edge, in addition to being an evangelist, which almost sounds religious.
Tiene mucho sentido en Epic Games.
And I think it makes sense the way you're doing it at Epic Games.
De los grandes
The major video games, the video game engines, and the video games industry is no longer just regarded as a pastime. It's a quintessential narrative for the 21st century. Movies in the 20th century, and now your field in the 21st. In a way, it's like Panavision, you know, the quality touch you bring into production. Martina, would you like to tell us a bit about how you actually arrived in this field and what it is you're doing from Argentina? It's interesting that you should be so far away, but so close when it comes to creating. Absolutely. Once again, thank you very much for the invitation. It is always a pleasure to be able to collaborate with all of the activities organized by the IDB. As you rightly pointed out, I'm an evangelist for the Americas at Epic Games. Actually, in a way, I'm spreading the word, so there is a religious undertone to that, in keeping with the spirit of the founder of our firm. I actually started studying political science, which is rather removed, or seemed rather far removed at the time. And I always focused on the audio-visual as a hobby, producing shorts, animating, dreaming of working in the video game industry sometime, but regarding it as a very remote goal. It was almost childish to dream of that. And I was lucky enough to get to know people who were in the same boat. This industry offered no schools, no universities, or opportunities for us to professionally develop. So there was no alternative but trial and error. And I was very fortunate back in 2010 to run into the partners at my company, or well, the guys I was studying with, and we also found other developers. It was a process as part of which we learned by doing. And actually, the community were very generous. People who had more experience working in the industry helped us all the way from design, presentation, you know, letting us know what business rounds or meetings we should attend. And very early on, I understood that it was thanks to that help that we were able to grow. And we started growing. We were 30 people. We worked for the Final Fantasy and others in Japan, games for virtual reality consoles, smartphones, all sorts of projects we've been involved in. And I actually understood that I could do more. I started working as a volunteer at the Video Game Developers Association of Argentina, and I eventually became the president in 2017-18. It's been quite a long time since. And I always regarded this as something that I could do so as to help manage resources, or perhaps network, help others learn what I had learned. We began in the city of Buenos Aires, and then we started expanding this to the rest of the country. And we also started to cooperate with other countries. We started helping other firms in Uruguay, or studios in Colombia, Uruguay, Chile, for them to actually get organized. We started building a sort of regional bloc, making efforts so that each country could host its conference, and we would travel to the other cities or countries to share our experiences, and also to invite international purchasers, workshops, specialists, in addition to investors. Often when you invite them to come to Latin America, you wonder what they may have in mind. But when they do come, they find communities that have grown exponentially in the last 10 years. And I'm not a code writer. Actually, my role within the company was always management. I perhaps had one or two more social skills than the rest, so that became my work, and I started doing this across the region, and I could hardly believe it. For some years, I worked for Robio, the Finnish company, and at a party, I ran into the Epic people whom I'd known for a very long time, since I myself used the engine. And each time they came to Latin America, I would help them. When they said they were going to Santiago, I'd say, okay, you need to meet this person. So I was always a sort of nexus. I was always more than happy to be able to help. And in the end, they offered me this role as an evangelist, which in a way was replicating the work I had done voluntarily, but now in a more formal capacity. Very interesting. This leads us to a recurring matter related to the fact that firms and projects are about movement, and for movement, you need a community. So perhaps intuitively, even before it became trendy, you were already doing this. Perhaps you weren't even aware of the playbook, but that was the direction you had to go in. You were the natural connector, and you were the sticking glue that led you to evangelize and to get more people to step in. And Epic has this whole community of players, and a whole ecosystem and business has developed. In a way, becoming even challengers vis-a-vis Apple. Look at Fortnite, look at... This is a whole major business, and it is estimated it'll reach $57 billion by 2027. So how do you think this growth will continue? And what is the main factor? We've talked about the community, but how do you go from community to business? I think that's one of the key factors. We could also talk about the metaverse, about virtual, mixed and augmented reality, and all these realities that we live in, and which in the context of the pandemic, have developed even further. So what would be the step from community to an undeniable mega business? Well, I think one thing that has helped a long way to the growth of these tools on the various platforms has been the fact that they enable real-time work, especially in a pandemic context such as this one. But in general terms, the production pipeline has changed. The tools have changed the way we used to work. When we used to work on a film, on a game, on animation, let alone designer products, we had to wait several hours to see the results of our work. When we were fully done with our work and were happy with it, we would then move on to another team for them to make progress. But with these tools, it's like real time. They show what you designed, what you produced, what you modeled in real time. And it's hyper realistic photography, sort of, you can share right away. So what I see happening is that part of the success of the software is related to the fact that we can not just share the experience faster. If I produce a game, well, of course, others can play, but also within the firms, I'm getting more people to be able to tuck in at the same time. Actually, this morning I was looking at an advertising production agency, and the director was choosing where to put the actors. Actually, we had a stage, and the photography team was actually taking care of the lighting, and the art team were testing different textures and tools, and all of this happened at the same time. So I think this possibility of being able to work on the same project at the same time and everyone seeing the same things at the same time, I think is one of the things that is ensuring that these tools are getting adopted faster and faster. We have more industries that are obviously pursuing different uses. It's not just for the development of video games. Actually, we are developing with Unreal, and more we see people with access to the tool and are using it for different purposes. And coming back to your question, it's got to do with the democratization of technology on the one hand. The hardware is also less expensive. You know, having a studio in Buenos Aires, it's almost the end of the world, almost close to Antarctica. And, you know, having access to computers, to software, and to the internet to be able to distribute my contents and make that a business, all of that. You know, some people had actually started working 10 years before myself, and they had to produce the games, put them in a little box, ship them, put them on a plane or ship for them to go to Germany or elsewhere. But with me, with just 2 clicks, I could share my games and contents on any platform, PC, mobile, or whatever. So I think on the one hand, hardware, which is less expensive, which is more efficient, and I had faster access to information. You know, if there is no school where I can formally learn to design video games or to produce films with an engine like Unreal, of course, you get the tutorials on the internet, people sharing the experience on online communities. Now we have a huge community on Discord, which is a tool that young people use for video games. A lot of factors are helping make this a business, making it a very strong business. So I'm interested to hear what you say about price, because I understand that what we're doing is so interesting, because we see a crisis in mining and so many others. I hope this will just be a moment and that things will definitely improve as we move forward. I'm surprised to see all of the equipment you have in the back, which I think is marvelous. And what I mean by this is, well, and obviously a great brain, a super brain. It's not just about games, it's not just something playful, but it has an impact on many. Agriculture, you know, medical, well, what about the simulations? You know, at Stanford, when they're going to perform surgery on a child, they run a fun, inverted commas, simulation for him to know what it's going to be about, to take away some of the fear and anxiety. They also explain this to the parents. So all of this is part of the applications of these technologies, which make our lives easier. So what I wanted to ask you is to share with us a thought on when you think the non-playful use will evolve. Nowadays, we have, of course, a number of industries within the games community, but when do you think the disruption will also take place within other sectors, transport and so many others that may capitalize on this? When do you think it's going to really crack? It's happened. We're in it. I don't think this is going to happen in the future. All of these factors, as I said, which made it easier for people to have access, consider this. In the past, in order to use software, any kind, you had to see sort of the matrix. You had to be a code writer, had to have studied for many years. And now you have all these experiences which are so much more user-friendly, which means that anyone, regardless of where they are, perhaps we talked about expensive equipment, but I managed to get it in Buenos Aires. When I first started working in the industry, it was much harder to have access to this kind of technology. We need to travel to the States and see how to sneak it into the country. It was actually even illegal to bring it in. Many things have changed. I've got a computer that I could be doing Mandalorian on, and I could be producing any kind of digital or other graphic context of very high quality without the need for hundreds of people or hundreds of millions of dollars in budget. And besides, lots of people came who were from outside the industry. And a few years ago, as you rightly said, people who perhaps were into the health care sector started to adopt this kind of software to meet needs they themselves had within their fields. And as you said, this is being used for teaching purposes, for educational contents. And it's also used to teach surgeons, for them to practice before surgery using a 3D printer printed model that exactly reflects the knee that has to be operated on the next day in the case of a child. And they can also simulate anything that may go wrong. And with a virtual reality helmet, they may simulate the actual surgery to be performed the next day. These tools are being used by architects to do render work to show the clients exactly what the project is going to look like, each floor. We work with a firm in Dubai, and in a new building that was being built, they could show the client what the view would be out of their window in the office on floor 52 facing northeast, or we could even change in real time the colors of walls. We could actually conduct tours for the person to design anytime what kind of furniture they wanted to have there. And we are also using this. We've seen it in the case of Mandalorian, the movie industry, and also for design in the automobile industry. Tesla is using this, for instance, for the design of its cars.
So I think the impact that we're seeing, I think the creative processes are giving us the possibility of, first of all, taking more risks, sometimes greater risks, although some risk we don't need to even take risks. We have companies who didn't have the millions of dollars to assume them, but now they're using these two tools, the same tools, in order to create these, generate these results. So I think even the actual process the progress in terms of technology is going to make it much more easy to use these tools. Well, just in the interest of time, when we talk about other realities, up until now, I'm sure a lot of these people were well, you were talking about the views of these fabulous apartments, and you could see it on the screen. But now, I think we talked a lot about enhanced reality, and we're in our focus, we're looking at with the attempts through the lens to you have Oculus, which is within the Facebook universe, but you have other competitors too with so how is this enormous potential being how's it transitioning to other areas where we don't see it massively employed yet? I know what you mentioned was most popularized, but we still don't know who the winners are going to be in all of this. So what potential do you see in terms of these adaptations, whether it's a virtual reality, a mix of the two that you talked about, helping, for example, the elderly who have to tell their grandchildren, for example, through beyond a video chat, they can explain an image, for example, some trivial examples, but I'm sure you have much more in-depth experience and various examples. No, they're not trivial. In fact, what's going on is I think we're looking at cross experiences. It doesn't matter what the platform we're talking about with regards to the content. The Adriel, for example, engine is bringing together all of these cross-platform experiences, that we're all experiencing the same thing and that we're sharing it with our friends, our family, without regard whether I have an HD Vive or you're using a mobile device, or if somebody else is on a console or a PC. PlayStation is also involved with many of these initiatives. So if your grandfather has a phone at home, it doesn't matter exactly what you're interacting through, what support devices you're using. We are all within the same virtual space. So I think we're all evolving towards that end state, not just using these different tools. The industries are evolving toward this. For example, a lot of the video games today, from any console, you can get in touch with your friends and you can watch a movie together, even though you're online. You can have millions of people listening to a concert recital, for example, or you can have the possibility of teaching children some programming or design basics, so music basic classes. So with this universe, we're now able to encompass many teaching experiences that you would have had to get when you were in person. So these industries, these resources, the way in which then people adopt these things into their own daily lives, the channel, for example, the Time channel, how a journalist was interacting with all of the background. I think there was some specific principles of how flames respond and how they. So you were able to illustrate things that were in the news, some events that were in the news. Perhaps in the past, it would take weeks to prepare some of these audio-visual experiences. Now we can recreate these experiences at a much faster pace. And now with the lockdown, with the pandemic, people not able to attend sporting events, soccer games. Now we're seeing a lot of virtual crowds who are responding to what's going on in the field in a live game. Well, it's interesting. At the same time, it's somewhat sad at the same time. So we've only got about 3 more minutes, but I wanted to take this opportunity to talk a little bit about Latin America, the region, what brings us together, what we need to address, what we're concerned about, what we want to do, or what we still have to do, and some of the major impacts. So if you look at entrepreneurs who perhaps those that are not understanding it yet, they're not grasping these key ideas, those that are moving ahead, those that are having the most success. We have a study in Brazil with, we know that Akiris has just, they've launched a Wonder Blocks game, which is fabulous. It's between Minecraft and Format. I recommend that you look at it. So this is one of our flagship examples where they were able to grow, they were able to develop their own original titles. They weren't just providing third-party services. They developed their own content, and they took advantage of all of the tools that we've introduced into the region. We have educational content, a lot of online content. Then we also have workshops, activities, seminars that we've hosted, where we work with businesses to be able to train their employees. We have we have $100 million fund where they are awarding some of this money freely. There's agreement and commitments with Epic. They received one of these media grants to create, and I can provide all that information if you just give me some of your social media addresses. So there's millions of dollars for individual projects, and we're working on various levels. They're very active in their own community. There's another study in Porto Alegre. We've worked with the schools, with the universities, instructors in the region, and today they represent the region in a fantastic way. This week in Epic Brainstorm, we are giving away AAA games, and these are one of the first Latin American games that are just being given away. So the fact that we have these games like Horizon Chase, and you can receive these free of charge. Well, this is, it really is, I couldn't believe it. We're creating a whole community of online players, so we can all find them in this new dimension. Well, Mariana, thank you very much. It was a pleasure to talk to you, and hopefully we can continue our conversation. Maybe in a couple of years, we can get updates. So thank you very much. for being with us.
Muchísimas gracias y ahora vamos a
Thank you. And now we will continue with a special presentation. We will invite Benigno Lopez, Vice President of the Inter-American Development Bank for Countries.
Buenas tardes a todos.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It really is a pleasure to be here with you, to have shared in these activities over the last 2 days where we've learned from so many opportunities and challenges that we face. First of all, I would like to thank our hosts, and in particular, I'd like to thank all our participants and speakers who have been with us over the last 2 days. I've really been impressed with the in-depth discussions as well as the innovative drive. I'm also impressed with the opportunities that are available from the entrepreneurs in Miami, Florida, South Florida, and the Caribbean and Latin America. We see the development of these value chains associated with global digital resources, an opportunity for countries in the region to take the path toward economic development that is sustainable and productive. Not only did we host this event, but we also are determined to work and make efforts to ensure that these efforts result in a really impressive development. So countries need to have an attractive business climate. They need to have the rule of law firmly in place, and they need to have an infrastructure and a regulatory framework that is conducive for innovation and development. Also, everyone needs to get vaccinated as soon as possible, because economic recovery will not achieve what we're looking for unless we do these things. This is a priority of the IDB, and we're working with governments and the private sector to try to find innovative solutions. But in order for the recovery to be sustainable and long-term, we need to reactivate these, and we need to drive forward good governance programs. And we'll do it by having more digital economies and strengthen our SMEs, increasing resilience to climate change, achieving gender equality, and addressing the needs of our more vulnerable communities, working with a stronger public sector that supports the rule of law, transparency, efficiency in investments. This will attract more private sector investment, which is essential for sustainability. If we don't do this, then our successes will be simply temporary, and we won't achieve our maximum potential. So through operations, our knowledge, and our dialogue with authorities, you know of our loans that fund major efforts that are required in our countries. Our value added is not just from financial resources. The Vice Presidency for Sectors has the responsibility for generating knowledge that contributes to the formulation of public policies and the design of projects in areas that cover the development of human skills, capital markets, and sustainability. Also, developing dialogue so that we can improve effectiveness in public policy formulation. For example, the business dialogue working and headed by the private sector that will enable governments to become familiar with public policy realities of the private sector and align better measures in order to attract investments and promote economic development. Resilience includes non-reimbursable resources, facilitating small projects and be able to exchange sub-regional and regional level projects where we achieve connectivity, digital connectivity, and access to broadband technology, which are vital resources in digitalization and strengthening markets. In Guatemala, for example, we recently approved a digital agenda project, improving connectivity that will enable better digital infrastructure solutions and increase access by citizens to broadband technology. We support countries in their strategies to bring in private foreign investment, including the availability of skilled human capital, which is indispensable for projects to be able to grow, to have workers who have the skills that are aligned to current demands. And that's what we're focused on. But the support for global initiative in Chile is a public-private initiative that supports development of human capital in digital initiatives. We work with businesses and people to address digital challenges in the short term that are linked to demands. And we hope to train 15,000 workers and thousands of entrepreneurs by the end of the program. We work with governments in the digitalization of procedures and processes to make those more effective and efficient in terms of business processes, including improving measures for digital signatures, also creating one-stop shop opportunities. The IDB approved a $500 million project for Colombia that will include digital transformation of the justice system and increase the effectiveness and efficiencies in legal procedures, improve the addressing of citizens' needs, and at the same time, improve the business climate in that country. In addition to these examples, over the next few years, we're going to focus a large part of our effort on supporting the government in an area that has a direct impact on the development of the private sector. We propose to support governments in the region so that they can take measures so that more and more businesses in Latin America join into the value chains. This is the time to do it. With the 2008 crisis, we've seen since then, a global trend to try to promote inputs from areas that are closest in order to achieve a greater support and security for the supply chains, and digital outsourcing is a part of it. So the bank will work closely in a strategy that we call the 3 E's: investment, integration, infrastructure, investment, 3 I's, to bring in more foreign direct investment, increase employment, and funding for anchor businesses in local areas that will be a part of the value chain strengthening. Then infrastructure for physical and digital connectivity to reduce transaction and connectivity costs in order to support resilience and effectiveness. The 3rd I, and just as important, is regional integration in order to strengthen the value chain through the harmonization and conversion of regulatory framework, rules of origin, and the adoption of measures that will enhance trade. This agenda will, I think, have a greater impact. A seamless dialogue between the IDB and the private sector will allow us to build with more exactness and precision those measures that are necessary to ensure the flow of capital between Latin America and the Caribbean, so that entrepreneurs can bring to reality many of the projects. I believe that many of these innovations will help our efforts to generate greater results. In summary, let me just say that you can rely on our support. As you succeed in your businesses in Latin America and the Caribbean, you will find that economic growth needs to be inclusive and sustainable. Another objective that I know you shared with us and with all the governments in the region: you can rely on us with the IDB as your partner in order to generate and respond to the needs. So thank you very much.
Muchas gracias. Vamos a continuar
Thank
ahora
you. Let's now continue with Richard Martinez, Vice President for Countries from the Inter-American Development Bank, who's going to discuss the role of the bank in support of governments for the development of the private sector. Go ahead.
Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon. It's really been a pleasure to hear about so much talent, innovation, and enthusiasm over the last couple of days. Although I was already optimistic about opportunities in Latin America and the Caribbean, despite the challenges faced by the region, I can attest that this forum has given me even a greater boost of confidence. Despite the fact that our region has been severely shaken by the pandemic, we know that recovery is going to be quicker than expected, and that the confidence in the markets in the region will continue to increase as the vaccine programs continue moving forward, and where the major economies will increase these efforts. Today, our exports are at the pre-pandemic levels, and we expect that the region will grow by 5.2% in 2021. Way above the forecasts in January. So in that path to recovery, the driver for growth and generation of employment really has to come from the private sector, from you. And this is the time so that in the annual meeting in Barranquilla, the IDB, the message of the 26 ministers of finance from our countries, our borrowing countries, was unanimous. They want a greater role by the private sector. And to do that, we need to support the necessary reforms in order to reinforce and strengthen the regulatory framework and the business climate. I was seated where you are now, and I know that these reforms are vital so that you can leverage the advantages provided by Latin America and the Caribbean, a region whose electronic market is $200 billion in 2020, and that at least 40% of the IDB of GDP is generated by the digital economy. That's why I want to focus on some reasons why the IDB group is the main partner in the region. First of all, because of our knowledge base of Latin America and the Caribbean. Secondly, because of our capacity for dialogue with key actors in each one of the 26 borrowing countries. And thirdly, because of the role that we play in providing opportunities in the digital system through public-private partnerships. So in the IDB group, we have an enormous comparative advantage vis-a-vis the other multilateral organizations. We know better than anyone the region. A large part of our bank personnel, including specialists from the IDB and IDB Lab, IDB Invest, are on the ground, who are devoted to understanding the opportunities and the needs of each country and each sector. In each country, our teams work under the leadership of one or two representatives that are articulated through the country's vice presidency. So it is really a multilateral engagement. You have the multilateral organization that articulates through a person in the public-private activities and that brings together common strategies for each country. And that's why the representatives have a natural gateway in order to interact with you and to look at how the IDB group can explore new opportunities. From them, we learn about, for example, pilot projects that target social programs using, for example, artificial intelligence, creating new niches in telemedicine, in remote regions in the Andean countries, the transforming role of fintechs and the remittances to Central America, and the potential for adapting to climate change in the Caribbean. These structures that we tailor to our clients that really make the difference. Let me just share a personal example just to make what I'm saying even clearer. As Minister of Economics, after having been 20 years in the private sector in Ecuador, with my team, we brought in financial innovations that help to resolve very specific problems, such as the difficulties of families with low income of having access to housing. So through the dialogue with the IDB, we created a working group that articulated with the government and the local banking sector and the international and multilateral organizations to issue the first sovereign social bonds in the international market. We mobilized $1.5 billion for social housing with very low interest rates for the lowest income families, bringing in innovative solutions to old challenges. So this story represents what the IDB can contribute with their major comparative advantages, who know better than anyone the clients in the region. The second area I wanted to share with you today has to do with a fundamental component, and that's the fact that our knowledge comes from our experience on the ground with three key actors: the governments, you, the business community, small, large, innovative businesses, and the citizenry. Why is this so important? Because in order to successfully promote reforms, reforming the regulatory frameworks, creating a conducive business climate, and reforming the digital solutions, we need to integrate all the key stakeholders. That's why the vice presidency for countries continues to focus on the citizens' resources. They are a key component of our task, but we've also included monitoring social media and digital resources in order to identify specific trends and patterns. We have a citizens observatory that is benefiting from the startups, and many of the other innovations created by the business community. Over the last few months, the Citizens Observatory identified an increasing demand for financial support programs for women and SMEs in the service sector in Panama. So this has helped us to design support operations for small and medium-sized businesses in Panama. We just approved this, and this has nurtured our dialogue with governments in the region regarding upcoming reforms. So this leads me to the third area as to why the IDB is your key partner and ally in maximizing opportunities and generating knowledge. We are leaders that have articulated very multi-sectoral solutions in public-private initiatives known as APPs. We are the main hub, the main APP hub for Latin America and the Caribbean. And our one-stop shop works in the entire process from institutional strengthening all the way to project structurization. So when we talk about the APP, we're not just talking about airports, maritime ports, and highways. We're talking about a new generation of public-private partnerships, including development and building parks and hospitals, schools. And with all of these public-private partnerships, it's more and more important to have the involvement by technology related businesses, innovative businesses. In the IDB group, we promote innovative components in each one of these public-private partnerships. In Brazil, for example, since 2019, we've been working with the Secretariat for Healthcare in Sao Paulo in a program in order to attract innovations for startup in the area of services associated with hospital management. 211 proposals have been presented, and we're looking at some of the winning bids, such as we're doing the same in Santa Catarina and their hospital system with public-private partnerships and include healthcare and technology innovations. Many of the ideas that you bring to the table are opportunities in order to empower solutions with the new generation of these partnerships. So despite the fact that we've faced adversity, we at the IDB Group are optimistic as to what we can provide to for the future of Latin America and the Caribbean. And when I talk about the IDB Group, I'm talking about IDB Invest, IDB Lab, and the IDB. So we are promoting new business solutions, creating innovative ecosystems like we discussed in this forum, where we can connect Miami with opportunities in Latin America. As a major partner for development in the region, we are your ally and your partner so that we can develop new projects aimed at improving the quality of life and living standards of your citizens working together. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the Inter-American Development Bank, we want to thank you for these 2 days of our forums, and you can follow us in social media where you can see all the photographs. And we hope to see you at the next forum. God bless you.